minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being a part of the show. As always, we know you got a lot to choose from, a lot going on in your life, and you choose the Rick and Bubba Show every day, and we thank you for that. A lot happening today on the show. We've got a lot to break down. We have a Rick Farm update that you don't want to miss. Good night. You talking about can't have nothing. Also, don't forget you can register your mom for Fix Mama's Mouth. It's another Fix Mama's Mouth this year with Dr. Dudney. It's an annual thing we do right around Mother's Day where we give a mother $15,000 worth of work for a new grill. And we're not talking about something you cook out on. I'm talking about that smile will forever be changed. The makeover will include 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays, a value worth $15,000 from Dr. Dudney. And, every time we go, and because he's the dentist that we all use, every time I go to his office, I see the pictures, the before and afters of all the lives that have been changed with these Fix Mama's Mouths. And we've done other things as well. It's not just been moms, but we've done a lot of Fix Mama's Mouths, and those pictures are something else. So somebody else is going to win this year, and it could be your mom. So make sure that you register at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest. You've got till April the 28th to get everything in. And if you'll just go and click on contest and then see Fix Mama's Mouth, it'll give you a step-by-step of what you need to do for registration. So all questions should be answered there if you go to rickandbubba.com under contest. Well, a meat could spin as well. And don't forget the Bible study live today at noon Central with Rick. Well, let's bring them in. We've got one Eddie Van Adler, one Greg Burgess, one Michael Helms. It's the Good Time Gang, and we're here, and we're live. Thank y'all for being with us. What's up, boys?
Man, I'm fired up today.
Yeah?
A little extra energy.
Okay. I didn't get the blue memo today. I got a dark blue. I didn't get a lighter blue. Dang it.
I don't even know I just grab anything.
I know.
I have a, y'all know I go pull over every day.
I've
got 10 of them, different colors. And,
it's going to warm up.
And, but I got some lightweight stuff. Greg, you complain about it being cold in here every day. It has nothing. So if you wear a pullover.
It's cold in here yesterday.
Yeah. It's so I grabbed the blue today.
Okay.
I realized I had like a maroon yesterday, so I thought I'd go blue today.
Okay.
So expect red tomorrow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll rotate them.
Uh-huh.
And it's easy choices too. And I only wear about 4 pairs of pants, so styles.
Right.
So it's easy to grab those too.
Yeah.
And not a lot of complicated things in my life anymore.
Right.
I figured out to simplify a lot of things.
Yeah.
You'll be more steady when you simplify things.
Sure. I just kind of stumble into the
closet,
and grab something that doesn't need to be ironed.
Yeah.
I love. How about when the shirts were available that you didn't have to iron? You just wasn't a wrinkled mess. That makes it easy.
Wrinkle never hurt nobody.
No, who cares about that?
Got an email yesterday I wanted to share with y'all, and I'm a little frustrated with Amanda. I'll be honest with you. Because, we talked about this. I don't even know how it came up, but we mentioned it a couple of days ago about hanging bikes in the garage and how I wish I could get rid of I made the comment.
I remember that.
Adam reached out. He said, hey, I was listening to the show the other day, and you said, in passing, you got bikes you want to get rid of. Mm-hmm. Were you serious? If so, I'd be interested.
Ooh.
Also, what about that treadmill you had? Been looking for one of those as well. Just let me know. Love the show. Take those items off your hands.
How about a telescope?
Okay.
So last night I said, hey, Amanda, deal of the century.
Yes.
She said, what? I said, somebody, why don't we get rid of those bikes? No, I'm not getting rid of the bikes. Will you leave me alone about the bikes?
Come on, Amanda.
She goes, the kids will want to take them like to camp one day. And I went, camp?
One day?
Our kids are camping now? Like they're going, Braden and Caroline have been to one tennis camp that allowed you to bring your bicycles.
But can I just say something?
Time.
That's one of the longest yawns I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
All right, keep going. Go ahead, Helmsy.
And so, and the treadmill I walk on the treadmill a little bit, but nobody else uses it.
Yeah.
Caroline sometimes. But I was I nearly, without even saying anything to Amanda, said, Adam, here's my address. Come on.
You're right. That probably would have been the smart thing to do.
Freebies from Helms.
Helmsy, you probably should have done that because she would have known it for 6 months.
You're right.
She'd have gone, well, hey, where's the bikes?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't remember? We gave those away.
So, Adam, I'm sorry. My wife won't allow me to do it. I tried. See, I tried to do the right thing by going to her and asking her and all that, but that doesn't work.
Well, I was going to talk to Adler about something because, I've talked to you about, I've had that full-size stuffed coyote that is mounted at the house.
Give that baby away.
And I brought it up, and Adler said, and I'll be taking that. I'll want it.
Yeah.
But I know he's got
do?
a lot going on right now. Well, to your point, what do you think happened? Started getting emails. Hey, if Adler doesn't want that or he's in it, I will take that.
Has he thought
right
about
now.
how Franklin?
Okay, he still wants it. He still wants it.
Does he realize
First
how
right of refusal.
Franklin and Kevin are going to react to it?
I don't know.
It's going to drive them nuts.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
that's right. I'm going to keep them real, keep them in their place.
Yeah, look at here, it's a coyote.
I'm gonna go ahead and get it out of the garage and bring it up here. So don't let that scare anybody. If you round the corner and you see what appears to be an animal in here, it's the coyote.
Let me go to your mindset when I think I was there.
You
when
were
shot
with
the
me,
coyote,
buddy.
but
You're half to blame for this.
But why did you
Oh,
go?
yeah, get it mounted.
Did I?
Yeah. Oh, you were all about it.
Oh, yeah, I'll be
I
cool.
don't
Get it
think I
mounted.
was.
Look at me.
I don't think
You'll
I was
say
about
things
it.
in the moment, Greg.
You will.
I just don't see why anybody want a giant dog mounted in their house.
Right.
Why didn't you say
Thanks,
that
buddy.
then?
I think I did.
I'm no.
no, it was that fish that I was kind of messing with you about that trout.
Oh yeah, you talking
Now,
about
I
the
did
one you got
chime
me?
in on
You made
that.
me get mounted.
Now that I did chime in on.
Because
I
Tyler
want
wants
Daddy, I want it mounted, Daddy.
Yeah. You still have it?
For some reason,
you still have it?
For some reason,
everybody
everybody's got that
talk like-
voice.
Yeah, when they want something mounted, that's the voice they get.
Yeah, when it comes to the coyote,
But I never
now the
thought-
story about the
I found
coyote
a
is
hunting
pretty
lodge,
interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, downstairs at our other house, we had what I guess would be like a little area where we had animals and stuff like that.
That's true.
But I am right here because I don't know why anybody would do that. But yeah, you don't remember you were with me and encouraged it.
No, I was just wondering why I just didn't.
Boy, Greg.
What in your mind did you got there? I'm gonna mount that thing. But you're right. If you had a little hunting theme area, that makes sense.
Right. Now where everything's kind of moved to the garage.
that makes
It's not going up in here. Or now my two dogs, I've had a lot of fun with them because the coyote was in the climate controlled storage unit, and every time I'd open the garage door and I'd go, because it would scare me just slightly because I'd forget. But when I brought it home a couple of weeks ago, I did have fun with my dogs because I'd sit there and I'd be like, "What's about this?" And they were going nuts, leaning their neck out, stretching their neck out,
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Adler, but back to the bikes, I started getting emails because I brought up the coyote a couple of weeks ago, and I started getting, hey, I'll take it. So Adler, you're saying you're definitely in, you definitely want it. Is that what I'm?
100%.
Okay, all right.
How about that?
Sorry, guys, that have been emailing me. You should have
I
got
bet
rid of the
Aaron's
bike.
going to be thrilled when he shows up with that.
Oh yeah.
I'm 100% in. I'm 100% in, and Aaron 100% does not know about it.
Okay. And you 100%, Mr. Helmsy, should not have asked your wife about it. You should have got rid of those bikes, and she never would have known.
Sorry, Adam. That's on me.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It is Meatloaf bringing us back. If you can't hear us on YouTube, Greg, tell everybody why Meatloaf is playing right now, my friend.
Yeah, Jim, is it Steinem?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who wrote all the songs for Bat Out of Hell
Yeah.
for Meatloaf. He went on in. How old is he, 73?
Yeah, just 73. And I say just 73.
Yeah,
Remember when I announced that I thought,
It was like 80-something. You put just on somebody.
Well, no, it was 70-something.
it was
And I
82.
said I didn't think 70 was old. And y'all like, what? Why do you think 70 is old?
Well.
And so I just thought 73.
National
in my
average of
78, I think, isn't it?
life
79?
expectancy for men, I think, is 78, 77.
Yeah.
So when you say 70, that's old.
See, in my book, I said I
Uh-huh.
was wrong, but low 70s. In my book, I was like, wow, man, But yeah, 73. Wow. 73. He passed away at 73.
How about that? Yeah, that was a huge record. 1977, sold millions. Made Meatloaf a superstar.
Yeah.
But this is the guy that wrote all the songs.
He wrote a lot of
pretty
stuff
much.
for Celine Dion as well.
Yeah, he was a big songwriter.
So
him
there
and
you go.
Meatloaf were known for their big deals.
Yeah. So
Went on ends what he did.
Well,
Did it
yes,
say
he
what he
did.
died of?
yeah, I had it. Give me a minute. But while we're looking at that, last night, and we all agree that we have not done any Marco Polo in a long time.
We've cooled on it.
We have.
Yeah.
And this one here won't even respond.
Well,
know.
I felt like I was being a bip, so I kind of, stopped doing it. But I thought last night I had to do it, because I just need to bring y'all into my world a little bit.
No cause of death has been announced by the medical examiners. Back to Jim, but he was pronounced by the medical examiner. He did confirm he's passed away. So anyway, but this morning I woke up and I saw that I had read one by Marco Polo, which means there's one waiting on me.
Yeah.
So I went, well, what we got here? And so I watched it and listened to it and laughed pretty darn hard. It was you standing in your
Adler's
room
got it if you
with
want
a CPAP.
if you want to play it.
If we could.
Greg.
Looks good.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, look good, Braves.
That was the wild pitch.
Right.
How can you sleep?
Y'all
with
think
that
I can sleep with this
Seriously.
on? No? Can't talk with it on, I know that. Some good breathing with this on. This thing pumps the air out. Think it's a fireman up.
Yeah, hey, that's one thing you are pretty sharp at. Do you ever get used to that?
Well,
How I guess hard does the air hit that nose?
yeah, it's
Can you-
it's different levels. You can adjust it, and
Yeah.
so the way mine is not set to just to shove all kinds of air in there.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Shove off.
but it's and here's the good news: when you put it on, there's a button you can hit, and it'll dial it back and kind of ramp you up.
Okay.
So like if you feel like, man, that's really it's throwing the air to me, I can hit a button. It'll eventually get to that point, but it just easily, gradually ramps up. Guys, I have not been sleeping well, and
haven't?
and I'll tell you why. Because I was diagnosed with sleep apnea. What, 5-8 years ago, something
Yeah.
like that, and I just could not get used to wearing the CPAP.
I bet.
And as y'all see why,
My
and I've
goodness.
tried the full face mask thing, whatever. That's just the nose piece that goes in the nose.
Yeah.
That's the one that I've had the most success with, if
Okay.
I've had any success
Well, at least
all.
it looks good.
Okay. I do. It is uncomfortable to me.
Yeah.
I don't
It
think.
looks like it.
But I will say this, and I don't know why. But I was sitting there last night as I was frustratedly watching the Braves, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna tonight may be a good night for me to get the CPAP out and just give it a shot.
Right.
Okay.
Why not?
My energy levels in the middle of the day are just ridiculous. They're down so much. I mean, it's a strain for me to really dig into what I'm doing 1 to 4 o'clock. Okay. So, and I was taking all the Spark, and I'm not taking as much Spark, but I'm still working it in, an energy type drink. And so last night I brought it, and guys, I'm gonna tell you something. I actually slept with it on, and I went to sleep, and I slept really good. And I woke up about 2:30 I had my 2:30 tinkle, and
Please don't say that.
well, it flows
Okay.
like and so had that going on. But when I woke up at 2:30 to go to the restroom, I was really caught off guard that I still had it on. And I was still getting the air, and I had not woken up.
Did it
all.
scare you when you
No,
woke
not
up?
at all.
Like, oh my gosh.
No.
Okay.
I was actually surprised because most of the time when I do this, I give it 30 or 40 minutes. I never go to sleep. I rip it off, and then I go to sleep.
Okay.
That's usually
you just can't sleep with it on.
No.
Is that all you're thinking
and
about?
And if I do fall asleep, it's a good hour maybe, and I'm waking up, and I'm like, I can't sleep with this thing on. And so last night I just told myself, look, this has gotten so bad with your sleep habits. Maybe if you just wear it for an hour or two, that'll be better than nothing. Just go that route.
Better than nothing.
So got it out, plugged it in, put it on. I was asleep within 15 minutes.
So you don't know if Amanda liked it.
No, she was making fun of me.
You have
pretty
any
good.
weird
She goes,
dreams?
so you got that out again. That was her.
Oh, wow.
No, I don't
Okay.
think any weird dreams. Now, I'll dream. I'm a good dreamer. Like, I dream a lot.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Did you dream that like something was trying to bite you across your face or anything like
No,
that?
no.
Like
You ever
your
wake
head
up-
was
for
caught in an
some
alligator's
reason-
mouth?
Do you ever try to talk to Amanda after it's on?
Oh, yeah, and that's a struggle. Well, y'all heard it. Y'all heard me trying to talk.
Yeah, I
When-
think you might as well just go to sleep.
When I was trying to ask her if we'd collected the devices from all the kids before bedtime, she was like, "Hey, look, if you either take it off and talk to me, or don't talk to me at all."
Yeah.
I can't.
And I get
can't
that.
work that.
I get that.
But listen, I got at least 5 hours in the mask last night, uninterrupted. And I got to tell you, it may be a placebo effect, but I feel really good right now. I feel much better today than I have in the last few days.
Well, there you go.
Last few weeks, really.
So are you going to stay with it for a little bit?
Well, we'll give it a shot and see.
I think it's got to be consistent.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour, the kickoff hour live. We thank you for being with us. Don't forget to register Mama and Fix Mama's Mouth. The registrations all have to be in by April the 28th. The makeover winner is going to receive 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays, a value of $15,000. How to register is all in contest at rickandbubba.com. Just click on Fix Mama's Mouth contest, and there it is. April 28th, everything's got to be in. Bible study live today at noon Central. Will Amit could spin, and Rick has an update from the farm that has to do with Gary and a whole lot more. You don't want to miss that today. All right, as we roll on back, I've been going through a lot of the CPAP email, and I have had a couple of, and I'm being serious about this. A couple of people ask, "Have you had your T checked? Because could it be low T while you're tired?"
I've said that, and I even brought that up with Amanda on our little vacation. I said I think I got low T, and I said, I mean, let's just be honest. Let's talk about this. I think I'm 43 now, and I said that's just about the time it starts happening. And I said, she said, "Michael, you don't have low T. That's ridiculous." And I said, "Well, I think I ought to at least get it checked."
It's lower than it was.
Yeah,
it's everybody's.
It decreases. Yeah. Everybody's decreases.
Yeah.
So I need to go it's time for me to go get a physical. Mm-hmm. You know, my thing was get the blocks out of the way, the epidural blocks. Right. I knew I'd have to have two. Had one a couple weeks ago. Going to have the other one a week and a half from now.
Okay.
And then once that's over with, I'm gonna go get my T checked along with some other things.
Can I tell you? I just had my annual physical and all that, so I'm up to date on that. There was no conversation of low T, but I would like to get mine checked.
And I don't even know how they test for that.
Greg,
I know.
do you know?
Blood test.
It is a blood test,
buddy.
So when they do the blood panel,
isn't it?
You ain't got to talk down.
Now, are
to
you
it.
just throwing that out there?
Yeah,
You don't really know?
Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah. Take a sip.
So is that something I can, when I'm getting all the other blood tests, can I say, hey, y'all include the T check?
I don't
How
know.
do you ask for this?
I know Rick has said where you can get it checked, I think. I thought, aren't there doctors that just specialize in that? Here I go. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
But we've talked about it. I know Greg and I have, because we're a little older than you, about how we've wanted to get ours checked, and we just won't do it.
Yeah, something like we're not going to do an endorsement one time or something like that.
Yeah.
It got a little weird.
It did.
Yeah.
Well, and so that's the thing. If I'm diagnosed with sleep apnea and I'm not using the equipment that I'm supposed to be using, then let's start there.
Okay,
so I'm doing that. Okay, but there is a chance that when I get all of my tests back in a month, we'll say in a month, there's a chance that the T rating may be lower than it needs to be. But then I don't know where to go from there. Is there a pill you take, or is what do they do for low T?
I don't know. We got to find out.
Some salve they rub on it?
Let me. Well,
no.
we
what
might
they
have,
do, you get
that
shot.
was a joke.
Here we
you
go.
get shot.
Why
or they
frowning?
embed these pellets in you. They got weird ways.
Embed pellets.
Yeah, like in your hip.
I think I'd rather have low T.
Yeah,
I think you go get a shot.
No,
too.
yeah, you get. I do know that they put pellets in the fatty tissue of your butt.
That is one way of doing it.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
We have unscreened phone calls.
I'd rather
I
have
was
low
going to do
T.
endorsement on that one time, and we got checked, and everything got weird.
Mm-hmm. You saying it got weird? What?
Yeah.
The conversation that we were having, I remember we sitting there, and there's the salesperson who's a female, and I'm like, "Buddy, really, we're good."
You called her buddy?
No, she was. I was talking to the guy talking to me. She was just sitting there, and the conversation was really getting uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was being a medical professional, but anyways, it ended up being a big.
Can I look at the two of you and like, let's make a commitment? Could we get to the bottom of low T and how to get it checked?
Somebody just told me you can do a blood test.
I know that, but where do we go?
I think you
your
can.
general
I think
doctor?
you go to the general practitioner.
I mean, there's not a low T guy.
Well, I think there's people that
think there
specialize
probably
in
is,
that.
but
Well, it's probably under the blanket of their other
You're
things.
frowning a lot
There's just
today.
one guy
what's
that's
wrong?
all he does.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, y'all just trying to act like there's a low T guy. Man, come on.
Well, I mean, I think there's doctors that
I think there's
specialize in
specialists
that.
out there.
It's under the blanket of something.
They're like a wellness doctor that probably
Yeah, whatever.
specializes in that. What do you think?
But
I
to
just
your
I
point,
just pull wellness out. Did that sound okay?
but to your question, I think it's legitimate because I want to know
Holistic.
it. When I call my general practitioner in Homewood and I say, "Hey, it's time for Helmsy checkup,"
do you say I got low T?
can he check that?
Did you say?
Can I say,
help
"Hey,
me, I got
is
low
there
T."
any way, or is he going to send me to some specialist?"
I
That's
think
the
they
that's the
check
question.
you all.
Greg, something about you today.
Do you say I'm sleepy in the afternoon?
I got to wear this mask.
Daddy needs a nap.
It could be just by the time we get up. We think we have low T, but it's just our sleep.
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah. I was looking at mine because I wear my watch when I sleep. And I only got 15 minutes of deep sleep.
You know why? Because the watch was keeping you awake.
No,
It's not comfortable to sleep in a watch.
Well, the night before I got
That's why you don't
2
get
hours.
good sleep because your arms all like this.
I haven't been sleeping. I just realized something. Well, see, no, last night I got 1 hour. Night before last, an hour and 40 minutes of deep sleep, which isn't great. I need to get 2 hours. I kind of got jealous because I did realize I was waking up in the middle of the night, and every time I'd look over, Terry hadn't moved. I was like, gosh, I wish I was her right now.
Check her watch.
Oh,
See
wow.
how long she slept. Well, you got this watch all sleep.
Everybody watch out. He's got coffee in his hand.
He does.
I just asked because
I don't know. It's just your delivery. I didn't know what you were going to say. Just check her. I was like, oh, Lord.
I know that I can tell you this. I got 5 hours of deep sleep because
You don't know.
because I was able to sleep with something on my face, throwing air in my nostrils. If you can sleep through that, you can sleep through anything.
Yeah.
So I was deep sleep.
Yeah. Just scared me, Terry.
Right.
Terry just texted me, and I thought it was because she was listening. She's not.
Yeah, that always
It's
scares
about
me
something
too.
else.
And by the way, I'm getting several emails saying that most or any general practitioner can do it.
Okay. Yeah. So let's say it comes back. Let's say it comes back, and they go, all right, here's where T needs to be, and it's low.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Then what's next steps?
Yeah. What's the next
How quick
thing?
can we pull the T up?
Yeah. That's what we need to know. Testosterone is what we're talking about, in case everybody's wanting to know.
Yeah.
And so we just need to kind of look into that. Will y'all commit to that? Because we've had this conversation, and then we move on with our life.
I'm going to have it
and then we
done.
bring it back up 6 months later.
2021 is a medical get things together year for
I love
me.
how you label things.
Well, I mean, you got to.
Oh, somebody said urologist.
I'm being very intentional about medical in 2021. I'm addressing things that I've neglected for years.
Well, yeah, I've got to get one other thing done. So far in 2021, I've done full skin check. That was embarrassing.
I need to add that to the list.
Yeah, it's every 6 months for me. It's kind of like going to the dentist. I have being bald and fair
probably
skin,
need to do that
you gotta,
within the next 3 or 4
so
months.
I have gone to the dentist. I have had full body skin check, and I've had a full physical so far. But I need to get T checked.
Yeah.
I really want to get T checked.
My priority was my back, so I could get back to moving around and doing some things, and so I'm addressing that.
Right.
And
Well, you're checking my back. Go ahead and check my T.
that's not how it works, Greg.
Is that delivery and everything?
Yeah,
the emails and texts coming in, I really
I'm getting a lot
appreciate
of
that.
good
Now I
ones.
can't repeat a lot of them, but thank y'all so much. Unscreened phone calls have
Guys,
it's
it's
just
medical.
been flashing over here. At the
We're all
board.
aging. There's things going on in our
People-
lives. Things are changing. It's okay
You
to
got a
say there's a
mask on?
possibility that I might have low T. That doesn't challenge manhood or any of that. It just is
Look,
what it is.
It's part of aging.
It is.
It is part of aging. You have some what I call T phenoms out there where they get older and that doesn't seem to bother them, but most it does.
Yeah.
It does lower, and that's okay. But you just want to make sure it's not too low, right, Greg? Mm-hmm. 866 we be
I
big.
guess.
Let's jump out to 251 weighing in. 251, what's up? Keep it clean.
Good luck.
Yeah, listen, I don't know how much beef Helms has eaten. More beef and also more
beef?
wife time.
Okay, more beef. He says in your diet, maybe more creatine in your diet. I just put.
Did
creatine
you hear
in.
that? Where'd you hear
How
that?
did you hear more beef and
He said-
creatine? I mean, I heard the beef part.
I made the creatine up because creatine's in beef.
okay.
I think.
It is.
And then he said more time.
Well, he'll have to talk to Amanda about that. I mean,
Let's go to 205. 205 weighing in. 205 unscreened phone calls. What's up? What?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm actually going through the process of getting low T injections.
Oh, talk to us.
Your normal, your regular doctor can do your test. My doctor found mine was low, doing it 4 series injections in the hip. Everything is working better. I'm getting more energy, and it's working fine.
There you
No
go.
issues.
All right, so I would like to know,
Feel like a Brahma bull.
Greg. I would like to know. I would like to know from you. Is it a gradual change that you realize, hey, you know what? I'm
Get
not.
you one of them pellets in your butt.
I'm not as tired or whatever. Or was fatigue a big part of why you had it checked, or what's the big difference? Hey, I'm sorry for even asking.
Fatigue is a big thing. Was a big thing for me.
Yeah. That's me.
Anyhow, but it takes a couple injections before you really start to feel the difference. But I just had my 4th shot a couple of weeks ago. Everything's much better. My energy's better. Other things, yes, Greg. Other things are better.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
There is a thing out there that it can be okay there and still have low energy.
Yes.
See, people can't separate
and I
that
think
a
that's
lot of
probably
times.
where we all fall.
I think
know.
when I was going to do that endorsement and I had like reading the study on it, I think it starts dropping in your 20s.
I
it
think
starts gradually dropping as you get in your late 20s.
I think if Amanda had her choice, she would probably go have me get a medicine that keeps me away from her as much as you know what I mean. Hey, that's why she's screaming. Look, hey, there's nothing wrong with your testosterone.
And this goes back to
I wish they'd dial it back a little bit.
I think
we
we
need
all
to calm down.
I think we're all okay there.
Yeah.
But I think our biggest thing is the fatigue part. But it probably goes back to the fact that our sleep is just off. I think because how many times have we said it? And we don't have like multiple days off a lot, but about day 4 of being off, you start feeling normal again. You start
talking about like I did.
Start to feel 8 hours, get 8 hours sleep,
last week.
and you realize, wait a minute, maybe it is.
This is how the rest of the world lives.
Yeah, maybe it is how I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
That could be the problem. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Any low T emails, it's greg@rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We got 8 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Don't forget, Will and Me could spend today. Bible study live today, noon Central. Make sure you register in Mama for Fix Mama's Mouth. Deadline for that to get in is April 28th. All the rules and how to do that is at contest@rickandbubba.com. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by a great company from North Carolina, and it's helixsleep.com/Bubba. And Greg, you know about helixsleep.com/Bubba.
That's right. I have the Helix mattress. I love it. Showed up at the door. I told them my preferences of sleep. You fill out a little questionnaire there. They send it custom made to fit you.
Yep, that's right. As he said, they have soft, medium, firm mattresses. It's going to keep you cool all night long. Plus, they even have the Helix Plus mattresses if you need some, a little bit extra, maybe a bigger mattress. Let's just call it that. HelixSleep.com/Bubba is where you go, and when you do, you're going to save $200 plus get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. Nothing to lose there. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It ships right to your door, and you'll save that $200. Have that warranty as always. And the money-back guarantee. So check them out right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep, and maybe that's what you're missing, Helmsy. That's what you need. And that and a CPAP. Or you can always find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors if you'd like to go that way. All right, so I got a little something here that I'd like to play for y'all, and I just want to know, hey, what do y'all think about this? Can y'all tell me what this is?
I love
is this
when we
okay?
do this.
I mean, I just.
Greg, are you here today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna see what y'all think about this. Check this out. It's not playing. That's good.
Okay.
All right. What do y'all
You
think
here, Speedy?
What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about it? It's still not playing. It's just absolutely frozen.
That was funny.
It sounds like
hey, you talking
silence.
About, you can't have nothing. Y'all realize that, right?
Yeah, that was good. Buddy.
You can't even, as Rick will tell us today, you can't even have time at the farm. Well,
it worked good during the break.
It did. It did. Well, now I'm freaking out. Huh? I'm just going to reboot. I'm going.
Oh wow, going that far with it.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, I don't know.
Huh?
Had
let's see here. Well, we're just live. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Well, I've got something that I'm having to deal with.
Here we go.
You got it?
I don't know. Let's see.
The sun is shining brightly. There's just one place to be, here in balmy Hastings, where sand meets up with sea.
What do y'all think that is?
That's a town crier.
Well, son. I don't know what he meant, but
that, my friend, is the 2017 winner of the Town Crier competition. And the update on that is that for the first time in the history of Britain's Town Crier Championship.
First of all, they have a Town Crier Championship.
Yes.
Don't lose sight of that.
Yes. It's going to be held in silence this year.
Well,
Complete
then guess what?
silence.
They're not Town Criers then.
The
How are you
country's
going to compete for something that part of it is being loud and heard, but you're not going to be able to say anything?
The loyal company of Town Criers, which hosts the competition, said they've received hundreds of entries this year. And you say, what? What are you talking about? Well, because of COVID-19, they're actually going to submit their town crying in writing.
Well, then it's a writing contest. It's not a town crying
It ceases
contest.
to be a crying contest
this
if
is
you're writing something on paper.
We're going to judge it on what you're saying, not how you said it. Part of the town crier, probably both, what you say, but also how you say it and your volume and clarity. How about this? Town criers get on my nerves. I'm glad that we don't have them here.
Yeah.
I would like to see one be the Grand Marshal at Talladega.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, start your end. I'd like to hear them do that.
With no microphone, and everybody can still hear them.
There you go.
So the championships were canceled last year due to the pandemic, and the last time
you know what, they need to cancel them this year.
It was held. The last time it was held in public was in Darlington in 2019. Do you want to know what the judges look at as far as trying to break down who's going to be the champion? Parts of the cry, sustained volume. Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
That's
clarity.
key.
And clarity, dictation and inflection.
So-
and content.
Let's
of
say you
course.
win it this year under these rules. Do you really win it?
Hell yeah!
Do you? I mean, let's say they have a reunion of all the town crier winners. Are you going to show up and go, I won it in 2020, 2021?
But when I wrote it all down,
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Didn't say a word. So really, you don't even have to be a town crier to pull this off.
No, you could just be a good writer because the only thing now that's going to be looked at is
That's stupid.
It really is.
Is really the content because of the writing.
Well, then it's not a town crier.
To your point, Greg,
it's an essay.
It's a writing contest.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So on the town crying thing, I mean,
Do any of the criers really write their own material anyway? Who knows?
Right.
They probably all got writers.
I kind of wish one was at my house.
Well,
and stood out in front. And just did play-by-play on our family, like when we arrived at home,
Yes.
when we left,
when dinner is served.
yeah, dinner is served. Kids are headed to tennis.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Right.
A car just ran over your cement.
Let me ask you this, and besides this contest, besides the contest,
Yeah.
and the birth of royal children, what else do they do? Do they use them? Because they do it. Every time one of the royals have a kid,
That's the only reason I
announces,
knew.
"It's William the Third."
That is the only reason I knew there were town criers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So besides the contest and the royals having a kid, what else do they do?
I don't really know. To be honest with you, I guess you could.
What
just
if
be,
you quit
You can
here
be called champion
and moved to England and became a town crier?
What if I came up to y'all and I said, guys, this is my last year on the show. I'm going to be a town crier.
I've been training.
Yeah. I've been called up to the bigs. Turns out the royal family needs me.
Today.
How about volume and clarity? That's big.
Tough to judge that on a piece
That's
of paper.
big. It is. It is.
Yes.
I hate to tell them this, and I understand what you're trying to do. You might just want to give it another year.
Yeah, how about this? Let's just wait till next year.
Yeah, I know you had to cancel last year's. I get it.
Hey, and everybody survived. We're
Right,
good.
right. Maybe one more, and then we'll pick it back up
Then
in
we'll actually
22.
go back to hollering.
Yeah.
Clarity.
Yeah, I think that's when you say town crier, that's part of it.
It is.
Uh-huh.
In fact, again, I think most of them don't do their own writing anyway. So,
do you wish we had town criers around town?
no, they bother me.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want some guy hollering at me.
Like if you're walking in the mall, here,
There's a sale on towels.
yeah.
That might be all.
We got sale on towels.
Yeah.
Sir, you look like you have low T. Use your CPAP, sir. Sir, why are you so rude? We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick and Bubba, join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we're thankful for that. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, we all move forward. And we're excited. We're stoked. We're fired up. We're drawn back like a flip. We're ready to go. And you can reach us at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's the one. That's the one that comes to the studio. That's how you're on the show. Wheel of Meat still in play. Fix Mama's Mouth. Need to get that done before April the 28th. The Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza Bible study back again today. It'll be live on our YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, as we continue to walk through J.I. Packer's phenomenal book, Knowing God. And today will be like session 18, I think. So we'll have that on the program again today on our YouTube channel. Watch it live or just catch it on archive, and we'll put that out on our social media platforms this afternoon, as is the norm. So let's bring him in. There he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Time to get up, move around, get something going here. Rick and Bubba's on.
Everybody say. Bubba, can you name the group there?
Oh yeah, that's Rare Earth.
Rare Earth. There it is.
Yep. How about that?
You can move to round 2.
Lightning round.
Yeah, that's right.
I just want to celebrate.
Yeah. I might give up one of these.
Hey. Yeah, I think we used to sing that one every now and then.
We did. Oh, remember we'll that may jump back in there today. I used to have a fish pond. Yeah. All right, so we'll unpack. You have those days. You have, and yesterday was one of them. And yesterday was a test. I had a day yesterday that involved more than even
the
y'all.
emergency broadcast system
that even y'all know about. I had a day that tested. We have to be tested, and I saw some growth yesterday. I saw some areas that still are under repair, and it was. I realize it can be a real. I think there's times when, and we do this, we're all guilty of it to some degree. I certainly am. Well, where you have to be reminded, hey, good. Stop trying to create heaven on earth. It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
I mean, this place is nothing but that you can get a glimpse, but you better not hold there. You better be looking bigger than this. And as we've said many, many times, and Bubba and I had a discussion about this the other day, sometimes we as human beings, our definition of a blessing is sometimes we don't always have that right. Some of these things we call a blessing are nothing but distractions. All they do is tie you up and get away from where your mind needs to be focused. Right. So and what was funny about yesterday is I had just come off like having a weekend that was just like phenomenal. And so that was, and then, I mean, just like where you think to yourself.
And you had a fun lunch yesterday.
Well, you know what happened, don't you?
Thought you could have some.
I let it creep in, and I know better than this. I even said to the group yesterday, who here thought we could have something? And I started thinking, I don't know who it was. I mean, it might have been somebody new to the group.
Right.
But because I tried not to think I could have something, but I'll admit, after the great weekend that I had, I did let it creep in that I thought I could have something.
You started enjoying it.
I think it's human nature to let that start to sneak up on you. That's why we have to remind ourselves from time to time you can't have nothing.
You can't have nothing.
Yeah.
You know it?
Oh, yeah.
And, and so anyway, we'll walk through that today. A couple of things. I've you know how sometimes you just come to some conclusion where, hey, at this point, it's on me. I go back, and I've heard us all do this for a week, and it's been said 1,000 times. But there are things in life that are on other people. But there comes a point where it's on you because you keep putting yourself in this situation. So you have to say, well, this is on me. I mean, now I'm the problem because I'm allowing this to go on. Mm-hmm. And so then you calmly and methodically correct it.
I saw
right, and I will calmly and correct it.
I saw a situation like this, Rick. Let me give you a great example.
This is me talking to me, by the way. Y'all are not even here.
I have a friend who is on a extended camping trip right now. Okay, they're retired. They're seeing the country. Good for them.
Good for them.
Did all this preparation to get everything done. Campers require a lot of money and
they do.
Upkeep. And, just tons of things to get it just right to go. Mm-hmm. They go, and they're gone for one day. And now this is going to be an extended trip. I mean, they're going to be gone months.
Days.
Okay.
Oh, months.
Oh, yeah. They're making the rounds.
We're going around.
And
we're going to Yellowstone.
The very first stop they get to, the truck door will not open from the inside on the passenger side.
They're trapped inside their new camper.
So the driver has to get out of the truck and walk around and open the door from the outside to let the passenger out, which would be his wife.
Day one.
I mean, so you've got all this. You got your camper, you got your plans, you got everything. I mean, you're going west, you're going to Canada, you're coming back down. Day one, my truck door won't open on the passenger side.
That is not a good sign.
And that's not a real easy thing to fix. You got to tear in there and try to find it. And I'm sure there's a part you don't have.
Well, now keep in mind too. Of course, this is the way I think, and maybe I'm too doomsday on this kind of stuff.
Right.
And that to me says, okay, so this thing has problems.
Well,
it's like my new thing I just got is waving a little flag at me. There may be others. There may be other problems waiting on you.
You got everything ready to go. You got your truck tuned up, serviced, ready to go, greased up. You got your camper ready. Mm-hmm. You got plans. You got your passport for when you go to Canada and come back. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're ready to go. And hey, my door won't open.
Yep.
That's just a classic. Hey, you can't have nothing.
Right out of the gate.
Well, you start. Thinking,
I hate this, but I get to expecting that, hey, I can't have nothing, which makes you look like you're negative on the world.
No.
But really, you're just a realist.
Just be a realist.
You're just a realist.
That's all you got to do. Really, you just. So we'll work through that. I had quite an adventurous day yesterday. Learned a lot. Learned a lot yesterday.
We've got record cold temperatures across the country.
Yeah, we do.
We have the verdict in Minneapolis
Got
and
that.
a lot more.
Got all that. Got a lot. And whatever you bring up out there at 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's get you an update on the story that we have been talking about for quite a while now. Here we go.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba again, Derek Chauvin, Chauvin, however you say his last name. Here it is. The verdict came in yesterday, and here is what happened.
I will now read the verdict. Says they will appear in the permanent records of the 4th Judicial District. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty. Bail is revoked, bond is discharged, and the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Hennepin County Sheriff.
So there you go, guilty on all charges that the jury was presented with, and so that
not shocking.
No,
I mean, I thought that would be the case all along. We talked about it here. I think, the prosecutor, I thought both attorneys did a pretty good job in this case as far as making their arguments. The defense attorney really didn't have a lot to work with, honestly. He had to try to create reasonable doubt. But as the prosecutor said, we saw what we saw. And, I thought he did a good job, too, making the case that this is not an indictment on policing. This is not an indictment on anything other than one man who did not execute his job properly, and it cost somebody else their life. And and I think when all's said and done, back to what we talked about earlier, they'll interview the jurors, and we'll get their take on all of it. But I think when the police chief takes a stand and says that he did not execute his duty properly, that's it. It's over at that point. I thought that when I heard him say it. I thought the 911 operator who thought the cameras had locked up because he was on his, holding him down so long. I thought that was very damning evidence against the defendant. And I think justice was served in this when all was said and done.
And thank goodness he had his mask on so he didn't give anybody COVID.
Right. You got to have that.
So watching that, our society, and it may be a lost cause, and this may be a waste of air and unnecessary work on my vocal cords, but I'm going to try to say it. We have got to get back in this society to balance again and reasoning. And what Bubba just said is the first thing. This is not an indictment on every single human being in law enforcement. But another thing it's not either, it's not the other end of the spectrum that law enforcement never does anything wrong. And that is the proper balance. Not everybody in law enforcement who got in a situation did the wrong thing and should be punished, and they're all out to get people, and they're all a bunch of racists that can't wait to kill you. That is not true. That's a false narrative. That is not reality. It's also not a reality that everybody in law enforcement are wonderful people and always do the right thing, and they should never ever be held accountable, or how dare anyone ever say that they misuse their authority and unnecessarily hurt or kill people. That's not true either. That does happen. And that's really the way we need to be looking at we got to get back to this due process that we look at every single situation on a case-by-case basis, and hopefully there's justice for those who were unnecessarily harmed or killed, like in this case. And then also, if someone has been wrongly accused, they are also not charged and not vilified, and their life's not destroyed. That's the way things should be. No, law enforcement is not out to get you. But law enforcement also doesn't do everything perfectly, and there are people serving in law enforcement that shouldn't be there. That's the balance of all this. That's the reality of the real world.
And each case should be taken individually.
That's exactly right. And that's the key. Each case is individual. There's not a narrative. And if you don't have a narrative, it's hard for people to go out and do all the circus things around that, the fundraising, the this, the that. We need to seek, as Christians, justice in every situation based on that situation. And I think in this case it was served. In other cases, that may not have been the verdict. Look, being a police officer, I think is by far and away the toughest job that we have in this country, because you are dealing with some very bad people, and you're trying to protect the civil society who's trying to follow the law, and you're that thin blue line between the two, and you've got to make snap judgments. You are the first level of the government that is authorized to use deadly force against the citizens, and it's just a tough scenario. I mean, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I am thankful that people want to do that and want to serve in those jobs.
Absolutely.
But it is very tough. I think that we always have to look at our training and what we're doing, and the police have to be. They just can't go in there and be judge and jury on things too. So we've got to give them the tools that they need to be able to bring in these people, and then let the due process take place, which is, that is the pride of America, is our due process. And I've harped on this. We can't turn into the mob rule, and we can't turn into turning the blind eye to protect our officers when they do something wrong too.
It's the proper balance.
It's a hard balancing act to achieve, and that's one reason you see emotion so high about this on both sides.
Well, we've pushed ourselves into a bunch of tribes now, where we defend our team no matter what, and we accuse the other teams no matter what. And that's not, we're all individuals. I mean, and we also need to learn that, when you're dealing with law enforcement, and I'm not afraid to say it, I guess it's like you're not allowed to say this anymore. I've heard people say it. We need to also understand that there's a way we should behave when dealing with law enforcement that doesn't put us at an unnecessary risk.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's just like I teach my kids, I know y'all have, everybody should. It doesn't matter about color of skin. Follow a police officer's orders. Do what they ask you to do. Don't be confrontational. And if you think you're being done wrong, you will have your day in court to talk about it. But that's where you address it. Not on the street, not in the dark, not in a mob. Just do what they say to do. Don't give them a situation where they feel in danger, and work through it.
Bottom of the hour, so the Derek Chauvin case verdict is in. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. TheraBreath, man, I'll tell you, what a great relationship with TheraBreath. Dr. Katz believes in the show. He always just brags on all of you out there in the audience on how much you've supported all the products. But let's be honest, we may try products from the show, but we don't keep using them unless they're great products. And boy, it has passed the test of time. And you can get everything that TheraBreath has available to you when dealing with your overall oral health by going to TheraBreath.com. Yes, it helps with bad breath, and none of us like that socially. But the products also go on to help you with your overall oral health, which, as we've been told many, many times, that can lead to all kinds of other problems if you're not healthy. So go to TheraBreath.com. You want to protect your gums. You want to deal with the things they have for bad breath. You certainly want even your immune system. This is the door where all that stuff comes in. So go to TheraBreath.com right now. You can see all the products they have available. There's so many great ones there, and put them to work for you, just as we have here on the Rick and Bubba Show. They are certainly linked as well at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so are we deciding we're going to call him Derek Chauvin or Chauvin?
Chauvin.
We're going Chauvin?
That's the proper way to say it as far as
I've heard it said so many different ways.
Chauvin, Chauvin, Chauvin.
I like Chauvin.
I've never heard Chauvin. I just threw that in there.
Rick,
let's go with Chauvin.
While I do think that justice was served yesterday, there are people who have done things that are going to give him grounds for an appeal.
You're talking about grandstanding?
Mm-hmm. And I think, I don't know, I'm not a legal eagle, but listening to these guys and girls that are in this profession, I was kind of shocked they didn't move the trial to begin with, but I think that will be one of the grounds you're going to hear. The jury was not sequestered, which I was really shocked.
Yeah, y'all started saying that today, and I haven't paid attention enough to know that. I thought it was common sense back to the superpower that they would be, and now you tell me today they were not?
That's my understanding. They were not sequestered, so they were able to go home, and even though they may have said they wouldn't watch radio or TV about it, you're going to hear things going on.
Of course.
One of the big things I think that they will point out, the city settled a civil lawsuit with his family for $27 million right before the trial started. Right. And that information was made public, so the jurors knew that the city had already said, yeah, we were in the wrong, we'll pay you $27 million. If you look at, pure justice due process, that's not good for the jury to know that.
No, because if the city says we owe you $27 million, then the city says we're guilty.
Right. So then how can I sit here and say not? Not that I think that matters, but you're going to hear that argument made. And the other was Maxine Waters and her statements. You can't have a pure, fair justice system if the jurors are afraid that they're going to be attacked after the trial is over if they don't find in the way the mob wants them to find.
Yeah, Maxine Waters in her position, and of course she's done this before, against her political opponents, where she told people to harass them wherever they went. Anybody
Yeah,
remember,
oh, yeah. Well,
anybody remember that? And for her now calling for there to be, unrest in the streets everywhere if the verdict doesn't go the way she wants it to go, that probably is not good. Probably not the way to handle that.
So I think those 4 points, if you listen to the legal eagles on the talking heads, are going to be grounds for an appeal. I don't know that he'll ever get it turned over or whatever. He may get reduced. I don't know, but you'll have to hear that again at some point. And then the other part, as far as Minneapolis goes, you're about to have the other police officers who were involved will go on trial now too. So that will also be a real hotbed of concern for people. And what did these guys? Why didn't they intervene? Were they busy? Were they doing something else? Were they overruled? Right. I mean, it's going to be, it'll be very difficult on that too. So anyway. That part of it is over, but the story will continue to go on.
Yeah, and that is always, and we talked about it back when it first happened. Is I know they were dealing with people around them, the other officers, right. But sometimes you wonder, and I don't know, not being in law enforcement, so some of you might have a better view of this. Is there some sort of protocol that says if you see a fellow officer doing something, go over there and resolve it and push him off of him and say, hey, that's enough. Won't you get up? Hey, Derek, won't you get up, man? We got him. He's on the ground. He's cuffed. Just get up.
One of the guys didn't he just start? I mean, he hadn't been on. So. Yeah, I mean, it was just
days.
Yeah, that he was in.
Now, how liable they can be? Now that I don't know.
Right. So the jury will decide that. We'll get educated on the liabilities of that. And again, every single case you have to look at individually. And hopefully that we can move to a system that is as just as we can be for everybody, police officers included.
Right. Well, again, and I think that from everything that I have seen that is evidence and what we all were able to see, I certainly think that Derek Chauvin should be held accountable for what he did. So let me be clear on that. But when you set a stage, and I don't know where it'll go, and you've already said it, Bubba, but I'm just sitting there thinking about it. If you're a juror on this case, I mean, does any of us believe they're not sitting there saying, "Hey guys, look, we can't. I know. If we don't find this guy guilty, there's going to be pestilence." And then you've got somebody who serves in Congress saying, "Yeah, there will be."
I know.
I mean, and again, he should be charged, in my opinion, on everything, the evidence that I heard and what I've seen. But you have opened a door where somebody could say, "Now, surely none of y'all believe this jury had any other option." I mean,
yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can make that.
Well, here's the thing. Maybe they didn't have any other option based on the evidence, but you never know.
Right.
Now it creates doubt. It creates problems in the system. And that's why people, even the president, the vice president, stay out of these things until it's over. Stay out of it. Okay? Because you are only muddying the water of the justice system when you intervene. Joe Biden, VP, just stay out of it till it's over. And then you can make your comments. Then you can say what you think and you feel. Just stay out of it till it's over. Let the jury system work. Look, our court system is far from perfect, but it is by far one of the best things that we have going in the world. Well, and so far ahead of how things used to be.
And you can't also, of course, we all know that we've turned into a society of home team. That's all we are. It's about my team.
Tribalism, home team.
Yeah, tribalism, home team. But we know that there was, and I don't disagree with this, and we even said it ourselves and drew some fire for it. I believe they said, what did they say? Look, President Trump's got to be careful about rebel rousing. He's got to be careful about rebel rousing. Now we're sitting
all the time.
Hey, we're trying to sit down. We're trying to get down and try to get down to who's this. It's a controversial presidential election, but I mean, he's in the position of the sitting president right now. He went out there and he rebel roused people. I mean, really, we need to hold him accountable for what happened at the Capitol. He rebel roused. Well, I saw Obama and Eric Holder rebel rouse on the Michael Brown case and caused a lot of problems. And by the way,
people's death.
Hey, you ended up being wrong.
Yeah.
And you could have got up there in your place of authority and said, hey, we're going to let the system work itself out. Bubba's point. We have a process in this country, and we want justice to be served. But what we are not is an uncivilized country where mobs take to the streets and threaten to kill if you don't get your way when we don't even have a case. And let me say this again. there's a lot of cases that fit the mold of police brutality. Michael Brown isn't one of them. That should not still be included in the list. That officer was wrongly accused of bad behavior, and his life was destroyed. Now, nobody's ever gone back and corrected that. You can see a video today of Michael Brown still being listed alongside George Floyd.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be, okay? But we also see Maxine Waters. We see Kamala Harris, and they're rebel-rousing. And they just said that President Trump shouldn't do what they're now doing. And it's either wrong when everybody does it in place of authority, or I guess anybody in place of authority can do whatever they want. But what you can't say is President Trump can't rebel-rouse, but we can. You can't say that. There's a responsibility that comes being these leadership positions and the authority that comes with it and the influence that you have over lots and lots of people. And
that part is sorely missing from a lot of our leaders, and that is responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, you can't act like a normal citizen when you're that.
Mm-mm.
You know, you do have an obligation because your words do matter to people.
I'm willing to say that I found some of the behavior of Obama when the Michael Brown case happened, Eric Holder for sure, Donald Trump, Maxine Waters, and Kamala Harris, that they've been irresponsible in their place of authority when you got a powder keg out there. But either they're all need to not do what they did, or none of them should. Then all of them are fine to do it. But it can't be one party can't rebel rouse, but our party can. That ain't the way things should be.
Well, that's the way it is now, and that's why you see a divide in our country.
And I say
while
that
everybody's crying, why don't we come together? They're doing the very things that push us apart.
Right, and I say that to those on the right and the left. The right can't say, well, look at all this rebel rousing they're doing, but then if somebody you like rebel rouses, you don't care. You're going to have to learn to have some principles.
And guess who's behind a lot of that, Rick? Who do you think's behind a lot of that? Who prospers, who gains when we're at each other's throats?
Well,
China and Russia.
Right.
And they sow H&D, hate and discontent. They've always done it. And we need to be wise enough not to be pawns in their schemes.
And in the spiritual realm, I'll throw Satan in there.
Well,
he benefits, of course. That's where he lives.
I think it's a given he's involved in that.
That's where he thrives.
Chaos.
Guess who is a God of law and order? Guess who that is? That'd be Jehovah. And those in government positions have been put there to represent him.
Sometimes that's a hard one to swallow, Rick.
It is. 14 minutes to the top, but they held accountable to him.
Yeah, I know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, there's the phone troll music. So let's hear your response, and we'll unpack it on whatever's on your mind right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you. Also want to thank our caller that, and this show is, if you enjoy doing this is the show for you. We are from small town Alabama, so we do say rebel rouse when we do know it's rabble rouse. So thank you, sir, for that correction. It is.
I thought it was rebel.
No, it's rabble rouse. And
what does that mean exactly?
It means what we just said to inflame people into a fury.
But it's not rebel.
No.
Rabble?
Yeah. You remember we thought rebel because it seemed like it makes you rebellious, but that really is. It's rabble rouse.
Should it be rebel rouse?
No, it shouldn't.
Rabble?
Yep.
But what does that mean, that word?
You want me to?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Rabble rouse, R-A-B-B-L-E, a person who speaks with the intention of inflaming the emotions of a crowd of people, typically for political reasons.
But rabble, what does that word mean?
Well,
is it a standalone word, or
it means troublemaker?
Oh,
yeah, it means troublemaker.
Crowd or mob?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. A disorderly crowd. I'm turning this crowd into a rabble. I'm gonna have a crowd worth of. I'm stirring up troublemakers.
But wouldn't the word rebel rouse work too?
Well, I mean, but you sometimes
because you're rousing rebels.
Well, sometimes rebels can be a good thing, though. It's not always a bad thing. Rabble is always a bad thing. It means that they get into a place of they want trouble.
Yeah.
And here is Nancy Pelosi being very calming, of course, after the verdict. Here we go.
Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice, for being there to call out to your mom. How heartbreaking was that? Call out for your mom. I can't breathe. But because of you, and because of thousands, millions of people around the world who came out for justice, your name will always be synonymous with justice.
So there's Nancy Pelosi and weighing in on it. Jonathan in Oxford.
Does she make your head hurt when she speaks?
Yes,
it does mine.
Mm-hmm. She does. Yep. It reminds me of being in college and asking, shouldn't a professor at least be able to hold my attention? Jonathan in Oxford. Jonathan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Just a couple quick things. First of all, Bubba, your friends that are going to Canada, I'm sure they've already checked into it, but the restrictions there are so unbelievable. My wife, who was born American citizen but lived there as a dual citizen, is not able to go to Canada to visit her parents because you have to quarantine for 14 days in a government hotel when you arrive. It's required. So let your friends know. I'm sure they know. But the Chauvin case, I think it came down to a cop who had been taunted, and he's a bad cop.
Sorry, buddy. Sherry and I have been trying to go to Canada too, and
well, I think they're playing. They've got their passports and they've got all that they're supposed to have. And if the restrictions are lifted, they're prepared to go in. If not, they're just going to, do a turn and keep it on the U.S. side.
Well, so I thought if you got
your own camper, you do what you want to do.
I'm saying if you're camping, I guess you could stay and the government watch you for 14 days.
I don't think they can afford that time out. But
well, they're
if
not.
It opens up, if not, they'll just double back around.
Yeah, I wouldn't get their Canada hopes up in the state that place is.
Yeah,
right now.
It doesn't look real good now, but I mean, 2 months from now, who knows?
Josh in Mississippi, go ahead.
Hey, guys, just had a question. How is it possible for someone to be convicted of second-degree and third-degree murder if the difference between the two is intent? How can it be both?
I've often wondered. That's a great question. I think I've often wondered on these multiple charges, if how that works. I mean, there's the problem of overcharging and undercharging. But that's a great question because I was wondering that too, not tied to I think that he should have got this or that, but just justice in general. When you have these multiple charges and some of them say, well, with this one you meant to do it, this one you didn't mean to do it, it was an accident, and you get convicted of both of them. I don't know how that works. I mean, it almost sounds a little double jeopardy like, but I don't know.
Well, when I was listening, it sounded like to me they were both distinctively different, and it sounded like they both did fit. When I just heard the judge tell me what each one stood for, but I wasn't hearing that right.
Yeah, it's real complicated when you get into the different levels of murder and all this. It
seemed like when I heard it that both could go together without there being a problem. But again,
I guess what he's saying in some of them you hear that.
Sure,
And it's like
sure.
there seems to be some conflict. But
Taylor in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Taylor, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, Taylor. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Hey, I live in the alternate universe of the podcast archive, so I'm calling in today live about the other day.
Okay.
The guy Flanagan that called in, listen, I understand his trouble. It starts small. You only listen here and there, catch a segment here or there, and then before you know it, you're 26 hours a week, and your boss is asking you questions, and your mama's wondering what's going on. I mean, I get it. I'm right there.
Starts out small.
Yeah.
That was one of the best
Catch a segment.
That was one of the most uplifting Monday shows we've had in a while.
It really was.
Yes.
And frankly, we
agree.
needed it.
Yes.
Frankly, we needed it.
Amen.
We did.
Davis out of Auburn, I-92, WLWI. Davis, go ahead.
Hey, so somebody called and said they didn't know the difference between like second and third degree murder, and the difference is like third degree murder is usually like if you have intent to hurt the person and then accidentally kill them in the process of whatever you're doing, but second degree murder is more like planned out. At least you have like an intent to kill the person, and that's why they convicted them on one and not the other, or they convicted them on both, but third degree murder was the intent.
But again, it's very technical.
I think if you went back and listened to what the judge said, because he's the judge, so he's probably explaining it correctly.
Yeah.
It made more sense. It didn't sound like what this guy just said.
And again, I didn't watch.
It sounded like he was talking about first degree.
I didn't watch. End to end coverage in this, but I thought the judge did a fairly good job.
He's got it.
I can't hear it.
Yeah. He'll switch it over. But no, to your point, it
I'll read
does.
the verdict says they will appear in the permanent records of the
we have
4th
time.
Judicial District. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty.
See, it's not the same thing.
A little different.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. So it's not double.
right.
Yeah, and that I thought when he said that they actually go together perfectly.
Yeah.
So that's not double jeopardy. Two different things. There was the intent to hurt, and then there was what you did was intended to hurt, and it led to the death. And they do go together. It's not the same charge over again. Top of the hour, and the caller who said the two was not right. Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Must be how it felt to be Paul Revere. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here, moving into a brand new hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, we've got a dilemma. We had a lunch gathering yesterday, and the whole team, other than Adler, could be there, and it was all about something we've been doing. It involved other things, but it included something we've been doing. Stuff all over my microphone thing. Stuff that we've been doing. One of these deals. It goes all the way back to the famous streaking incident in Rick and Bubba history involving Speedy, and this is our live broadcast from this golf tournament. This part of is it called the Seniors? Is it what's
Champions
Tour? Didn't it used to be called Seniors?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the Champions
Senior
Tour.
Now it's Champions.
Basically, these are the older guys that are still playing professional golf, and their tour, and there's a pro-am that's been involved in that. And we've been part of it. Gosh, wow. Anybody want to run numbers on that one? I mean, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it has.
And so this
how all we've transitioned into how we started there and then now where we are. It's pretty funny.
The only thing that that really trumps this is Bubba having his credentials removed from him at Talladega and then being the Grand Marshal. That's the biggest jump I've ever seen.
Rick, I think you get 2 points for that turnaround.
Yeah. So this is a similar turnaround. We were not invited to the Pro-Am. We were shunned from the Pro-Am, and then we got there, and we went from being losers that nobody wanted there to having a prominent spot and really being part of it and getting Bubba and for a little while Bubba and Speedy into the Pro-Am. So the Pro-Am question, I can see it as a black cloud that hangs over Bubba's head. Last year, it was one of the few. It was one of the few positives of the pandemic last year. We didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
And so the show's on location. We interview a bunch of athletes and coaches and Fun Zone. But Bubba hanging over his head is the dreaded. Bubba must play 18 holes of golf with a group, and we raise money for a charity. It'll be for Children's Hospital this time, and it'll be that'll be great. But then there's the time where the money's been raised, and the day approaches, and Bubba actually has to go play 18 holes of golf, and time is dragging on. This means that Bubba is aging. We're all aging, I think we're approaching a point. Can Bubba physically do this? And so yesterday,
a lot of injuries, Rick.
Well, this is the part I don't get. You had said unequivocally, "I will not do it this year," and I said, "Okay." So we were going to this lunch, and I think he gets caught up in it when you're having the lunch, and he sees Gene, who really can make Bubba do anything. Gene is kryptonite to Bubba.
Yeah.
If Gene Hallman wants Bubba to do something, it's almost like he can't say no. Gene Hallman owns Bubba.
Well, Gene is a friend, and he's taught me a lot over the years.
Yes.
He gave me my first lesson on OPM. Other people's money.
Oh, he's the best at taking other people's money.
Rick.
So it's
he is. He
manages OPM better than anybody.
Oh, he does.
If you want Gene Hallman to take your money and put it in his account and give you the service you need, oh my goodness.
Well, Gene has been a mentor.
Got a grant, Gene will take it.
Look, Gene has been a mentor. And we've worked together on a lot of things, back in the tennis world and sports, other things, and promotions here on the show over the years.
He's a phenomenal promoter.
I like Gene.
He's a problem solver.
He is. I mean, Gene is one of those positive things out there.
He's a problem solver.
If you got a problem, say your cars are not moving in and out at game day, he's there to help you.
Yeah.
If you need to vaccinate people, he can help you.
You don't have a way to vaccinate people. You don't have a game plan. You need a call center. He's got it.
He's got it. I mean, if your game day operations are just not exactly what you think they ought to be, he's got it.
He's got it.
I mean, he can put on an event.
Oh.
and Rick flying a helicopter with his walkie-talkie and make sure everything's going good. I mean, I'm impressed with that.
Yeah.
I'm taken back. I admire his ability to do that.
But I just don't think you can say no to Gene.
Well, there's probably some fact to that.
I was at the lunch yesterday. I said, Bubba, the word just no. I said,
from the history,
if you say it backward, it's on.
Yeah.
I've said this every time.
Yeah, and this goes back so far, his ability to do that, and he's also brilliant on how he gets Bubba involved because he knows what Bubba likes.
Yeah.
And so he throws that. Now, last year, to your point, Bubba was just adamant, right out of the gate, not doing it. Not going
to play in the
But
Pro-Am.
This year,
I'm going to do the show, and I'm not playing in the Pro-Am.
And this year, because we're only a couple of weeks away, Bubba was out of the mode of I'm not playing, and then Gene he knew how to get him.
Look, I don't even think Bubba was all that enthused about doing the show from there.
Hey, we can't talk about yet what the selling points were. I don't think, but when I saw Gene throw the key selling points out there, it was like Bubba from 10, 15 years ago.
He knew what he was
doing. He was like a kid at Christmas.
Can I tell you, there's so many, this is such a complicated thing, okay? It shouldn't be, but it is.
Right.
Because there's a lot of emotional circles in this equation, okay? I used to like to play golf and played, fair amount. I'd say average maybe once a week. And then there is, hey, I don't play anymore, and hey, I got, this injury and back and arthritis. I'm getting to be an old guy, so you got all that stuff. And then there's the, hey, we need to do the broadcast, and I kind of got to make sure that's working right.
Yeah.
And, even though Speedy does a lot of the hard work to it, and and I don't get enough practice.
There you go.
So, I hate doing something that I'm not good at. You know what I mean? Because you look like a goof in it,
Look, let me tell you,
I'd like to help him a little bit on this if I could. I'd like to talk to him about it.
And then there's I do enjoy once we're playing being out there.
Yeah.
It's fun. You meet a lot of people. The group you're with is always fun. I enjoy meeting the people on the course. They're always fun. They want to, get pictures and you hear great stories out of them. It's kind of like the show Monday. You just hear a lot of good things. So I enjoy that part of it. Now, I don't enjoy when I get home later that night and I can hardly walk.
Well,
that part's never fun.
Well,
it's perfect.
Well, I remember this, and this is where my concern is. And I'll be honest with you, up to this year, I really haven't had this concern. Do you remember, and I went back and relived it, did you know
how hard it is for me to put a golf ball on the ground?
Yes, I do.
You ever tried to do that with a pillow strap too?
Now you're making my point. But what I'm saying is, do you remember? And guys, let me tell you,
James Gregory.
Listen,
Okay, what is your deal?
I'm sorry.
Y'all aren't helping. Bubba, look at me. Look at me,
Greg. That shot, you need to, the first 10 days are important after that second.
I might have been fed that.
but
it was better coming from you.
Let me go back to this again, okay? Friday night, this past Friday night, I have forgotten to tell you all this, and it has been years, and it's too complicated to get into to tell you why. But I had an opportunity to bring out the Rick and Bubba softball jersey and wear it. I had not worn it. Matter of fact, I liked it so much you may see it on the show soon. How's
it looking? I got mine up in the top of the closet.
So I put old 44 on, and I started talking about I started talking about the glory years of the Rick and Bubba softball team. There was a point. I'll rush to the end point. There's more to that, but there was a point where we made the decision. Look, the kids don't want to see this anymore. I mean, nobody wants to see us in this state. No one wants to see Rick continue to fall down over at first base and try to get back up because
it requires running.
Right. No one wants to see. And Helmsy, I'm so sad because of how much you would have enjoyed the Rick and Bubba softball team. You would have loved it. I mean, but it got to the point where you go, let's not make it sad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where people come and go, why can't Rick and Bubba do what they used to do?
And we love doing those.
Right, yeah.
But if I knew we had one out there to do, I might be dreading it a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't absolutely.
Because I would think, is my arm going to fall off?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be asked to put that jersey on and put the pants on and get out there and swing the bat at a softball coming at you. Or Bubba throw one over from Stocky Stop and me not take it to the face. And at some point it just gets sad. And so what I'm worried about is that we may be entering the zone of Bubba trying the Pro-Am, and physically it just could be sad. I mean, I don't want it to be that way.
I'd like to. Can we counsel him coming back? Because I have some points that I think need to be discussed.
I think his last two that I can remember, I thought he did really well.
Yeah.
Well, I think we managed the day fairly well. I mean, the broadcast got on. We got off the first tee where everybody's at.
Yeah.
But you can go to the hole 1 time 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
Now there was points on the back 9. I was thinking, hey, what am I doing?
Right.
Oh wow, 9 more.
So we'll be back.
The whole night.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central Time on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then we'll put it out, archive it to all of our social media platforms. TheManChurch.com going back out, Opelika, Alabama, tomorrow night. Tickets are available. They're only $5. You can get them at the door, too. Charles Billingsley live in concert, and looking forward to being there. Coming up this weekend, Sunday night, headed up to Rainbow Presbyterian. They're kicking off TheManChurch.com's men's discipleship strategy. There's no ticket involved in that. Just come to the land where it all began, and I'll be there on Sunday night kicking that off. Helmsy goes out on Monday night, First Baptist Troy, Alabama. They are about halfway through, I think, the men's discipleship strategy on the curriculum, and so this will be another Man Church service, and Helmsy will be speaking there, so that you can find those details at themanchurch.com under events too. So, and we have Wingo going out, Brian Gunn going out, Mark Garnett going out. So it's hard to keep up with every single Man Church service with all the different speakers, because if they're doing the strategy, they're doing anywhere from 2 to 4 of these a year. So if you ever just want to go say, I want to see nothing but the Man Church dates, and I don't care who's speaking at it, I just want to know a church near me that's having one, just go to themanchurch.com and under events. That lists Man Church services only, meaning these are only churches that are doing discipleship strategy, and you may be able to see any of these guys go and speak. So, Troy, you got Helmsy coming up Monday night. All right, so Bubba, can I say something before Speedy gives his speech to you?
Please.
I want you to just listen to me, okay?
But you understand how complicated this issue is. It's probably one of the more complicated days of the year.
Well, that's why, and I think we need to start simplifying our life, not complicating. And I'm speaking to myself there in a little bit. But I want to say this: Speedy he's not for you. Because Speedy knows that if you don't play, he's going to have to. Mm-hmm. And I just want to warn you that you got to keep that in mind as he starts.
So you think he's baiting me?
Yeah, as he tries to talk you into this. He has an agenda here. My agenda's pure. I don't care if you go play or not. I really don't. It ain't going to affect me one way or the other.
Right.
But I'm trying to look. I'm just trying to look out for you.
Thank you.
You know,
I appreciate your purity on that.
Yeah, right. Now this one right here, there's an agenda here. So you just keep that in mind as he gives you the speech.
There's an agenda a lot of days over there.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you, shame on you.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, so first of all, we're our worst enemy, okay, the show, okay? We're going to tell Bubba not to worry about what other people think, but we're the hardest on him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Oh, we're going –
and so
this is a terrible room in here.
And so some of that is a little bit of hypocritical, okay, as far as how we say those things and then how we act as a staff. But that's who we are.
Is that Speedy talking?
Hey, but I know –
He's trying a different approach.
What I'm saying is, but that's who we are, and we're never going to change. So that's going to happen this year, okay? But
he's going to be buying lunch
I know how Bubba feels when he's doing the show and then he has to run and then go do that. You can't even enjoy it because you want to do good. You got the pressure of the tee box and then the galleries all around you, and then you got the good time gang, and we're all hollering and screaming at you. Okay,
eating breakfast. Yeah,
and
so, I envy y'all's attitude out there.
Yeah, and so I really want to tell him something here. If you're going to do this. You've got to change your mindset and have fun, okay?
Oh, I do have fun once I get
right.
there.
But what I'm saying,
not on hole 9, you don't.
No, what I'm trying to say is this: go out there, and if you play good, hey, that's great. But if you're in the woods or you're in the sand and everybody else is sitting, pick your ball up and walk with the group and have a good time. I mean, who cares? You know, there's 3 holes you need to worry about: 1, 9, and 18. And everything else, it's in the middle of the golf course. There's hardly anybody there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Just have fun.
Well, in the groups I'm in, there's usually people everywhere.
Right. Well, you got super group.
Well, especially the one you're going to have this.
Yeah. The group you're in, I wouldn't pass that up.
Right.
I wouldn't.
I know. I think people are going to be surprised at the group.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm surprised he's going to play. Now, he plays a lot of golf, so that shouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Also, I think sometimes you get to practicing and you go in and you get in lessons.
He doesn't practice.
Oh, but before these, when he would play.
No.
He
saw Hank Johnson.
Oh, yeah. He's gone and gotten lessons before, and then you get there and you're worn out.
What about the year he hemmed his pants?
Oh, yeah.
Rick, he was at the Hank Johnson School of Golf for 2 months prior to.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and I'm just going to tell you, don't do that. Show up and go play. And whatever happens, happens.
Over the next, listen, I'm being serious on this. Over the next couple of weeks or couple of days, whatever, every single day, just grab a different club, swing in the backyard for a minute, make you a couple putts on the carpet, and be done with it. Don't even think anything else of it.
Do you even know where your clubs are?
I got to find them. Yeah, I got to find them.
Well, that's step one.
But I was gonna. It's another story, but I thought I might hit a few golf balls earlier this year, but something happened. I didn't, so I never went and got them, cleaned them up. But no, it's fun when you get there and get going. Now this is funny. Speedy had the idea, as kind of what Helms was talking about. Speedy said, "Don't even touch a club."
I'm being serious.
And I have done that before, that format. And you may remember the years. First year that I met Bruce Pearl when he was still at Tennessee, and we laughed. We had one of the best rounds. I mean, I was in tears, crying. I was laughing so hard, and that was the year that I hit that ball off the tee that everybody shows that video where I kill somebody, you know.
Yeah.
So not practicing is dangerous for the spectator.
But outstanding for the show.
Right. Well, and I'm
you can hit one right down the middle. It'll have 200 views. You kill somebody, 30,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I want you to remember that.
Yeah. So should I aim for the people?
I mean, honestly, for the show, hey guys, what's happening? Oh, Rick, Bubba hit it right down the middle. Okay, all right, now let's go back to let me see their breath.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's there ain't a whole lot there.
For y'all, if they're hauling somebody off in a stretcher, it's better.
Oh, you know what I got now? 4 segments.
All right. Yeah. And you know, we really defied mathematical odds on one hole. Here's the one right here. I told them people to move too, Rick, and they just looked at me.
I know.
And I go,
That's
what do y'all think?
I love the screaming of the crowd. So, Speedy, that's no practice.
Huh?
That's showing up without practice.
Look, I'm reminding everybody I told them to move.
But isn't that the turn?
What's
Or is
that
that
little
the
kick
first?
move?
No,
you
that's
did
the first.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Listen to the laugh.
That's funny.
I love the starter's reaction. The guy holding the paper.
Yes.
He looked up briefly and then immediately looked back down because he didn't want to have anything to do with it.
No.
But you understand where your
Was that
mind's got to
Steve Shaw?
go.
Who was that?
Huh?
I don't think it was.
You're competitive, so you want to do well, but really, who cares? Just go have fun.
Please,
You know?
Well,
please
I
watch.
do. I've
Is
always
that
had
Shaw?
fun. I can't.
I've
I can't say that I've ever never had fun.
I don't know that I've ever seen a golf club be so wasted right there.
And you know, really, from a technique, it didn't look that bad. Other than I just didn't hit it good.
Right.
I mean, it was quasi good for me.
Bubba, I just want you swinging a club every once in a while because I don't
belly.
want you getting hurt.
Yeah,
And I
and-
take you back to the pickleball incident.
Yeah, I
Speedy's
know.
right in this
That's
whole
my
mentality.
concern. That's my concern.
Yeah. That's why I want you getting out in the
Hey,
backyard.
this house is that wood is brittle right now.
Can I tell you,
And take a good
the
caddy.
pickleball thing hurt bad.
Right.
It
Take a
hurt
caddy
bad.
to bend over for you. a lot.
Bricks. There's bricks. They're not hanging on the right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glad you're here. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. The Bubba Dilemma is back. Does he play in the Pro-Am coming up at the Pro-Am that'll be coming for the tournament for the Champions Tour? He's done it many times. Does he do it again? He got talked into it yesterday. Speedy's trying to talk him into it. I'm trying to say I'm concerned that maybe that ship has sailed. And your phone calls coming in. I'd love to hear your feedback on this or whatever's on your mind at 866 We Be Big. Harry Murdahl is taking that for you. Let's go to mypillow.com. Bubba just told me, and we were just talking about it, how the aches and pains of aging, and he had been doing some walking. And to make my point, when I asked him why he was not walking anymore, he said, because my foot started hurting. And I just stood up and just said, I don't have anything to add to that. But let me tell you one thing that Bubba and I are loving, and that, MyPillow, my goodness, Mike Lindell is involved in so many things, but Bubba and I are on fire for the new slippers that we've gotten from MyPillow. Do you love those?
Yeah,
I mean, if you ever want your feet to just send up the signal, thank you,
Rick,
just put them on.
I'm going to call Game Changer because I usually don't wear shoes around the house, but these, I find the whole family fighting over.
Man, they're so good. They're available for men and women. It's got the slip-on style or the moccasin style. And you're gonna wear these things all the time. It has an exclusive 3-tier cushioning system. I got in trouble the other day because I'll just wear them like regular shoes, and Sherry's like, "Well, you can't. What are you doing out here with those on?" I said, "Man, I just love the way they feel on my feet." It's got the MyPillow patented foam, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, all made right here from American soybeans. If you want to know what the source of all this, right now, because you are supporting our show, and we thank you for that. Mike Lindell says use the promo code Bubba right now at mypillow.com. Go get these slippers. We'll get you 40% off. That's right, 40% off these slippers right now. Just look where it says listeners. It's in a square there at mypillow.com. Put in Bubba, get your slippers, get 40% off, and you're going to love us for these.
Boom.
There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Phone calls are coming in at 866 We Be Big. Pensacola, Chris standing by. Chris, go ahead.
Guys, how's it going?
We're good, Chris. I hope you're okay today, buddy.
Oh, we're good. Just out making it happen. Bubba, you don't need to play in the tournament. Do you not remember the time you got a little galdy? You had to walk around like a man with a cane.
No, I forgot all about that one. That was big heat that time. Chris, did you see his galded self trying to get around the course?
Kind of, sort of. I seen the video. It looked like John Candy from the movie The Great Outdoors when he was coming up after that horse bumped him off.
I'd like to show y'all something if you don't mind. I'm at regentstradition.com.
Oh, here we go.
And under celebrities, I want you to see what it has right there.
Bubba, you're already on
Finally made the page, huh?
He's on the page.
See what Gene will do anything.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
Gene, he's
Unfounded Gene.
Rick, I'm putty in his hands.
You are.
I just can't.
He just molds you into whatever he wants.
I'm a clay pot.
Right.
And Gene owns me.
Yeah.
Right. So there it is. And see,
it's under fan experience. Hover over that, Adler. Hover over fan experience at the top. And then at the bottom, go click on celebrities. Boom. And
Rick,
then it's going to be on the bottom right.
You were a witness to what I was telling you yesterday when I said, Gene, for many, many years, I didn't go to the player pairing party that they have. And then I went to it, and I had a lot of fun. So I went to the next 2 or 3. And I said, that's really one of my favorite parts of the whole event. And he said, well, we're not having it this year. Did you see what he told me? I was like,
but yet and there was another out. I mean, I saw you so committed that not this time. I ain't playing this time.
Yeah. Last year you're right.
Kind of like an addict says.
Yeah. He was,
hey, I'm done. Hey, not anymore.
Well, but
once Gene dropped, who
that's it
might be in my group.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
talking about super group.
That's going to be a big deal, especially for our part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, how do you pass that up?
Yeah.
I mean,
so
that definitely was, I mean that makes you turn your head.
So Speedy makes a point. You really only have 3 holes for the audience that you need to at least be
well, no, there's more. I mean, there's
more.
Holes.
I get that, but I'm just saying.
But I'm guessing, does it bother you to play poorly in front of the people in your group?
Well, obviously I'm not worried about that.
Right.
Yeah,
So
who cares about that?
I don't really think those people are going to be lighting it up themselves.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
I'm going to tell you the year that Bruce was on Taylor Hicks about his fans. Rick, I couldn't swing the club. I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard.
Right.
And wouldn't let him up on it.
Right.
That was gold.
Right.
That was masterful.
Well, I can't wait to watch you just have fun.
Right.
Let's go out there and have a good time.
Don't listen.
Huh?
But I had some great moments with people on the course. We have a lot of fun.
Right.
I've given him
Jim
some
Kelly
instructions.
throwing you footballs.
Oh,
Kenny
yeah.
Stabler
I remember
throwing you
that.
footballs.
Yeah.
All right, so
hard to
I've
beat.
given him 2 things to do before playing, and none of them have to do with hitting a golf ball.
John
It's
Daly telling me how straight that putt is.
No, that's right.
Stretch and walk. Just stretch.
He can't
and
walk
every day
his foot.
walk.
He tried to walk and he hurt his foot. Walking.
It's getting better. It's getting better. I've been rolling it.
So you don't want him to have fun?
Yes, I
Quit
do.
stealing his joy.
I'm the one that's trying. You know what fun would be? I'm just here hanging out, enjoying the fellowship, and I'm doing a show, and I don't have to go over and play 18 holes of golf.
But don't you think
how much fun is that? Sounds like a blast.
Don't you think it will be good for us to stay in touch with some of the people potentially? in that
But
group?
here's what I would say. I think this is also an investment, not only for you and personally, but I think it's an investment for the show.
Thank you, Helms.
Well, I admit you're right. This person, I was wondering, do we still have a relationship with him?
Right.
And one, I think you probably need to start a relationship with. And this is, I don't know of any better opportunity that you're going to get this year to do that.
Yeah.
All he's going to do is break your heart.
You know what you're going to be doing? You know what you're going to be doing? Texting with him. Hey, buddy.
No.
Hey, man, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, Bubba, I tell you what, you don't play, you'll never know.
All right, so who's your caddy going to be? Like,
I don't know. I ain't got that far.
Hey,
So
pick a
you're
good
in.
one.
We always got different rules. I never know what the deal is.
So you're in.
Most of the time, I'm just glad to have a cart.
Right.
Yeah, well, have a cart. Somebody can kind of stand up on the
Have
back.
a cart, have a heart.
Let them pick up your clubs out, run around, get your ball, all that.
I don't want to be inappropriate because I know that this is something that came from a very incredible moment in the history of the world. But I feel just an overwhelming pressure right now to wash my hands of this, and so I want everybody to know that I tried.
Right.
I tried to speak wisdom.
Well, the jury's still out.
He just got great numbers on his physical,
right?
And so we know he's good there,
right?
Now he just has to work on just the stamina of walking 18, and so let's walk for the next 2 weeks. Let's walk every day and let's stretch.
Okay.
And don't worry about hitting a golf ball.
Oh gosh, I just got a text from Dr. Farley.
Really?
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick.
Bubba, these relationships that you need to build,
news.
none of those folks care about how you hit a golf ball.
That's
good.
Thank you.
You know, that's
not a soul.
And that's important.
It is.
It's very important.
Yeah.
Because they'd be sorely disappointed.
Right.
Here's the good news, Rick. I don't know if you remember this from last year, but I think it's one of the holes on the front nine. I won't call a number just but I think our doctor lives out there, so I see him when I go by.
Yeah.
So he was like giving me. I mean, just briefly he was checking my breathing while I was going.
Give you a little checkup at the turn.
He put the stethoscope on me. Breathe deep. I said, "Well, that ain't a problem."
He did. He just said he has a poster. He's getting ready now that says, "Stop now, trust me."
But that's like a bailing
You
out
made
point.
it. Don't push it.
That's a bailing out point.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think that's why he's putting the sign there. Rachel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I wanted to tell you I'm a PTA for Encompass Home Health, so I feel like maybe play the golf tournament. They've already got you on there. People are looking forward to you being there. And then afterwards, maybe you can get some physical therapy.
Yeah.
So
trust me.
thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it just you're deconditioned and you're worried about that, or is it that you have an injury that you're worried about?
Rachel,
Rachel, how long you got?
Yeah, Rachel. You remember on test when the last one was or D, all the above? Just check all the above. It's we'll see. You know what, buddy? We win either way. The show does.
Well, and there's some comfort in that.
Right. And your little journey out there and that 3.5 hours, you picturing it? Probably won't be hot that day either.
No, we couldn't get this temperature then.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we're here on the audio only side. Speedy picking bed music here, Thompson twins. Thanks for that one. That's a dilly. So we're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Philip is out of Heflin. Philip, thank you for your patience and welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm great, guys. I appreciate your program and what y'all stand for.
Thank you.
And I just want to call in and be sort of a Barnabas for Bubba. Being a friend of mine, we volunteer at the regions every year as marshals, and we were on hole number 5 last time Bubba played. And I was standing down sort of where it makes the turn, and I'd heard everybody talking about how good Bubba is, killing people with his shots. So when he was teeing off, I'd already started drawing up because I figured it was coming over there about where I was standing, and he actually hit it in the fairway.
How about that?
And, and he came over, and I said, "Hey, you didn't hit me." And he said, "Well, I was aiming for you. That's why."
See, he still got it.
Yeah, Philip. You remember we hear about Barnabas as we end chapter 4. Do you remember what happened with 2 people named Ananias and Sapphira in chapter 5?
I do, as a matter of fact.
That's my concern. Yeah, that's
that not too long ago.
But see, once again, the show is achieving off low expectations.
Mm-hmm.
See, he's going to go out, and people are going to think, man, he's going to hit in the woods, and he's going to hit us, and when he doesn't,
perfect.
See, I can relate to Barnabas with the knee trouble,
Let's go to Pete. Pete in Alabama. Hey, Pete.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're good.
Hey, I've got the perfect solution for Bubba's golf troubles. Here, he can go and show up at the first tee, get the introduction. He can go get the ball, tee it up, take a couple of practice swings, and have a stand-in right beside him and get a ringer now and hit an awesome drive. He gets back in the cart, goes for his next shot, does the same thing. Everybody's getting pictures, all this stuff, and then he gets on the green and he finishes in with a putt.
There you go. You just
so you're talking about a look-alike?
Well, if you remember,
or just a stand-in.
Well, isn't it interesting? Well, a look-alike, I think that person would probably have the same issues. So let's get someone, because if you look, and I'll use the example. It's funny how the Rick and Bubba softball team is tied to this so much today.
Right.
When you and I got a hit, what happened immediately after that? Somebody else ran for us.
Runner, yeah.
And we didn't send somebody to run for us look just like us.
It's just so I could get ready to go in the field.
I think at one time you and I were actually at the plate. We would hit it, and the person would run from the other side of the plate. I don't even think we went to first.
That's possible.
Because nobody wants to see it. You know, you don't want people. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Plus, your super group, you're going to have so much fun in that. I mean, that's a group that.
Oh, yeah. Well, a very prominent politician is going to be playing with Bo.
Yep.
We can't, Rick. We're not supposed to talk about it.
Okay.
I would play.
He was
of that.
Yeah. Would you, buddy?
Well, yeah. If I'm Bubba, right?
No.
Speedy,
you actually wouldn't.
You're getting real close to a caddy job.
Now, somebody did.
Yeah.
Somebody did give a great
You-
suggestion. I don't think you can pull this off simply because of the way the format is. But they said you play 9 holes and Speedy jump in and play 9 holes. I don't know if that's possible.
Nobody wants to see me out there.
But
well, maybe toward
if we're winning,
when the day's
I
late.
don't want to mess it up and get disqualified if
All
we
right,
win.
look, he's already started stretching in the break. He dropped his fork and bent over and got it.
He did. I saw it.
It only took 2 tries.
Right, but
wow.
But it was
did you do the momentum the first time down, bounce back up, and go back down?
That's exactly.
I was thinking
that way to go.
I was thinking about bringing a bunch of golf balls into this studio and just throwing them all on the floor and just have them for stretching exercise.
Pick 'em up.
Just pick them up.
That's not a bad idea, Mr. Miyagi.
I thought you didn't want me to throw my back out before we did it.
That's me. He really don't care about your back.
I'll tell you what Speedy cares about.
Not playing.
That's right. That, and he wants there to be some kind of spectacle happen.
No, I want Bubba to have fun. It'll make me feel good to know he's out there having.
You
a good
want
time.
pickleball all over again.
You do.
No, I don't
If you're
want
being
Bubba
honest.
to be hurt.
If you're
Can
honest,
I tell you that injury hurt worse than anything I've ever had.
Y'all,
That was awful.
y'all making me.
I thought I was
going
to call 911 driving home. It hurt.
I want you to
Wow,
hear
hurt.
in your headphones right now what you're saying.
Say, I just want to see him smile. Smile for me, Bubba.
Smile a
I want to
while
see him
for
smile
me.
too.
Bubba.
Sitting over there, enjoying breakfast, doing the show,
Yucking it up.
hooking it up. Mike in Talladega. Mike, go ahead.
Can't pass the group.
Hey, I was wondering about Speedy's real commitment to this as far as helping Bubba. What happens when he actually pulls a muscle? Is he going to do the whole tape thing again?
Yeah, you had to tape him.
Yeah.
When did you tape him? Last time?
The last time he played, which it was 19.
Well, we don't count pandemic year because we didn't do anything.
It was 19.
So the last time he played, you taped him?
Yeah.
I remember that.
I did.
Very
It
uncomfortable.
was that uncomfortable scene in
Boy,
the,
it was.
in the locker room.
It was horrifying.
Y'all took KT tape to a whole different level.
Man, you did. And I kept thinking to myself, is that place injured?
Right. Well, I thought it was his lower back.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
It was. Yeah.
Well, I understand. From one end of the tape to the other,
Well,
you got to get that.
I've tried to get Betty to do it, but I told her to make an X, and she made a cross. It's a different deal.
That is two different things.
Yeah, you got to make an X.
Jeff in Tuscaloosa. Jeff, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. I was kind of a bit yesterday because when I called and talked to Speedy, my phone went dead because I'm dumb forgot to charge it.
All right.
And I was telling him to skip the tags, Rick and Bubba tags for the state of Alabama, and go United States wide, and in fact, every state in the union. In fact, I've heard phone calls come into you guys from Germany, all over the world.
Yes.
A yearly calendar.
Got to be one now.
A yearly calendar.
we've had a calendar before.
We actually
I've been listening to you guys for 20 years. I didn't even know you had one available.
Well, we don't. It's not available anymore. It was the 12 sexiest fat men alive, and we had a different fat guy on every month.
No, that wouldn't do it. No.
You're talking about a collector's item now.
I forgot all about that one.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I realized we have a bip sound effect. I didn't realize that. Let's go.
I like that.
Well, I wouldn't do that to you on 4. Thomas, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all worried about Bubba accidentally hitting someone? Here's an idea for a product for your store, the Rick and Bubba Brain Bucket. You've talked about a helmet before.
So what we do is the helmet can be used for severe weather or if you're watching Bubba at a Pro-Am.
The Brain Bucket.
Yeah. Adler skateboarding, there's the possibilities are out there.
Listening to this show requires you to have an exoskeleton a lot of times.
Yeah.
It really does.
Bubba, do you want to go walk the cart path at the golf course once or twice here before you play? That way you
That's
get
a
used
great
to
idea.
it.
Yeah.
That is a great idea. If your foot's not.
I'll go with you.
We'll
walk.
Let's go to.
But I ride usually.
Delbert out of Missouri. Delbert, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, tell everybody just get on out there and put the guts to it, man. He swing that golf club.
That's what I
like.
like.
Class, he can swing it and tell him just, hey, work yourself out. I've been there. I know what it does.
Yep, you're the guy that told me that I could get through the creek, and also I'm bogged down in it. Go, you got it! You got it!
Water running
Don't
in.
let up, let's stay in it!
Water's running in your windows.
You look up and go, thanks, Delbert. We've all had a Delbert in our life, haven't we? Go for it!
No, you got this. Buddy.
So, well, it's it's going to be, what picture this? You rise on the day of, you rise, and it has rained all night.
Rick,
and suddenly they say,
cart path
only.
That's. Can I tell you that's the worst word?
Yeah,
that may be awful.
And the rain rained right before. I mean, it's so hot. People talking about record-breaking heat.
Yeah.
And the rain now has got that water lifting up, and it's just muggy out there, and they go cart path only.
That's why you got to have a good caddy.
Yep. There's your 1 on 4.
I do want to talk to somebody that's hit these DeChambeau clubs.
Oh,
the what?
Here we go.
What?
The clubs from the Mad Scientist.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Bubba, just go find your clubs.
Don't buy new clubs.
I'm not going to buy new clubs.
Top
I
of
just
the hour.
want to know somebody's hit.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here today. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. He may wear number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for doing the same.
Bubba, I don't know when it happened. It could have possibly happened for me yesterday. I admit that I am, no doubt about it. I could have been guilty yesterday of thinking that I could have something, and we know better than that. My wife and I had spent time at the farm, family farm, over the weekend. The weather in our state was absolutely magnificent. It was beautiful, and I was thinking to myself, what a beautiful time of year it is here at the farm. Look at all the flowers. Look at the pond. The pond, just look at the beauty. The pond looks fantastic. I mean, it's up to where it should be on the banks. It's not that old deep summer where it dries up and the evaporation and the water goes down and it looks kind of. I'm just thinking, man, boy, Sherry's got a little fire in the fire pit, and we're just having such a great time together. And I thought to myself on Sunday, I said, you know what, honey, I think we talked about this in there. I think I'll cast a few times. I'm not going full-blown fish. I'm not going to leave and walk the entire pond.
Yeah.
I'm just going to fish in this little area here, where we're having a great time together, where you can see me, because I know that you don't want your sweetie pie to get too far away. And I did think to myself, it's a little cooler. I need to be in the shallow part. And that's because that's probably where they're really hole up. But I didn't let that bother me. I kept on fishing, and I did not get even one bump, not one. And I thought to myself, it's April, not getting a bump, not even one. Now, I was just with one rod. I wasn't throwing multiple things. I wasn't trying, different things.
But as an experienced fisherman, you were concerned by that.
I thought no bump was odd.
That's
what I mean? But I didn't think anything about it. There was nothing there to cause me alarm. Nothing. Okay? So, went back home. Just a wonderful day. And I will admit, at that point, I started somewhat thinking I could have something. And Sherry and I were even planning for something this weekend to go back. It's just so beautiful. It's just, we may go back.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday was a get things done day yesterday. And there's nothing worse to have a get things done day that leads to getting nothing done, and then other problems present themselves. That's about as
Rick,
bad.
that's what we call a fail.
That's about as bad as a get something done day can possibly go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes south.
Let me tell you what I had planned to do, okay, which is hilarious to do that, because I had planned on going to the farm and handling 2 items. One, the internet situation at the farm, which is an ongoing struggle.
Which I'd love to hear that.
Oh, you will. You'll get to hear all you want to hear on that today.
Is that still going on?
Yes.
We
And
went through that during hunting season.
And I was going to meet someone there that we all know that we work with his company, because there were some things there that his company is going to come down and address.
Okay.
And that is, of course, our friend John Richter.
Yep.
Okay. John said to me yesterday, he goes, I know this day has been terrible for you, but I'm so thankful I was here, because just to be in the middle of it. Okay. and it was an unexpected surprise for him. Now, in my mind, what John and I would do is look briefly at what needs to be done, and then do what men love to do. And what is that, Bubba? Ride the land.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
look it over and talk about it.
Let's
ride the range,
Let's
Rick, I like to call
Let's
it.
talk about where we hunt over here. Let's talk. And one of the things,
Ride the range.
One thing I want to do is, let me show you my pond.
Oh, yeah.
We get it like we like it in here, and the ecosystem.
I'm surprised he made it out there yesterday. I thought he was at Ham's.
So
thank you for that, because I need him to be at my house.
Yeah, well,
I do. Thank you. Well, I didn't want to say it, and I was holding back, so thank you.
So, as we all know, Gary kind of oversees taking care of the ongoing maintenance there.
Right.
But Gary, of course,
He's straw boss.
Yeah. Gary loves to always say to me, and I've learned that Gary calls sometimes just so I know he's working. Hey, what you doing? I don't know. What are you doing? I'm there cutting this grass.
Just want you to know.
Yeah,
okay.
He's out in it, huh?
Hey, I've been out in this lawnmower for 6-8 hours.
Sweating like a dog.
Growing an invoice.
Hey, you can't find nobody. Hey, I can't find nobody who wants to work. Hey, when you got people that just get paid to sit at home, you can't find nobody to work. I said, I know, Gary. Of course, you don't think anybody does anything well, which that probably doesn't help either.
You know, if you listen to Gary Moore, Rick, things probably turn out better.
You're right. You're right. Thank you for quoting Gary yesterday.
He agrees.
Almost to the letter. Hey, I'm telling you something, Rick. I'm telling you. I've heard that. So that phrase, hey, look, now I know, but I'm telling you.
You know
that's
what's
how he does
coming,
it.
man.
I'm telling you. By the way, John Richter said he thought we did a pretty good impression of Gary, but he'd never been around the real Gary. He said, this is so weird for me right now. He goes, I find myself looking out the window, just not seeing who's talking to see if I can tell the difference.
Yeah.
Okay? So,
you dialed it in. I'll give you that.
So anyway, well, Greg, look.
Yeah,
you know the thing you say that owns me the most is Tecumani. I don't. I've heard that so much.
Now, let me tell you something now. You want some turkeys, you just got to have that Tecumani. So anyway, and I'm going to do this and just tell you what happened, and then we'll take a break and come back and unpack it. Now, Gary, as we know, is a practical joker. That's well documented.
Oh, Rick.
Check the best of CDs.
He's top
all
three.
that. Okay, I don't have to unpack that for you. If you're new to the show, just trust us.
Rick is his passion.
Yeah, it's his passion. Said that he would rather. I just soon lose one of my legs if I can't do practical jokes on people. So anyway, everything that Gary starts with, you have to start the filter. Okay. Interesting statement by Gary yesterday. I want to tell you about. So all of a sudden, I get another call. This is after I'm down here cutting grass. So I think, why is he calling again? I'm 5 minutes from the farm.
I know you're cutting grass. You got to tell me.
Right.
Hey, Rick.
You again. Hey, Rick. Hey, we got problems.
We got bees again?
Now, here I go. Here we go.
He's setting you up.
You start rolling your
Bigfoot.
eyes. Yeah, right.
Let me work my way through it.
UFO landing.
We got bees. Hey, this is Gary. We got bees. Call me. Those are the kind of messages I get. Yeah. Today he got mad because I wasn't responding and asked Speedy if I'd lost my phone.
Yeah, he did.
Lost your phone.
Yeah. Had to deal with that in the kickoff hour.
Hey, ask Rick Burgess if he's lost his phone. Hey, Gary, give me a minute. So anyway, but again, we wanted me to know. Hey, but down here all night. So anyway, I'm not sure that was necessary, but anyway, so he says, hey, we got major problems. Major. And I said, Gary, I'm not falling for this. I'm 5 minutes. I'll be there in a minute. Now, hey, Rick, this is the interesting statement. I don't joke about this.
Don't joke about
What, there's
this.
a category you don't joke about?
Yeah, right.
You don't like that?
Now, when did that start?
He said, hey.
Never knew it.
Hey, ain't nothing funny about this.
Uh-oh.
And I said, Gary, what? Hey, we got a fish kill again. I said, Gary, then my first thought was...
explain what that is.
Well, that's when all you fish in your pond die.
Your pond turned over.
Right.
Yeah.
They float.
We all belly up.
Instead of swimming.
So I say to Gary, my first thought is that
my goodness.
is that we had just put tilapia in there to feed the bass, and the temperature had dropped. And I don't know enough about it. I thought it might have got cold enough that it killed the tilapia. But that's not a problem. I mean, Gary's done that before. Hey, it's fish kill. And I looked. I said, Gary, that's just the tilapia dying off when the temperature starts dropping. But that's not. It hasn't dropped cold enough to kill them, so that it hasn't been that cold.
Hey, Rick.
He said, "Hey, we got. Hey, I'm looking at brim and bass just lined up and down. They dead everywhere.
So
we'll come back.
Correct.
And
there's no worse thing to hear if you have a managed fishing lake or pond than that.
Now, was it 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
4 years.
4 years ago.
Look, I know. 4 years ago, we had the turnover killed every fish in the pond.
From minnows all the way up.
When the weather's really hot, you see that. But springtime, that feels a little odd. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, under the now phrase of you can't have nothing. I immediately began to ask everybody when Gary told me there had been another massive fish kill at the pond during I understand it's gotten a little cooler, and we've got some record temperatures today, and certainly that may or may not play a role in this. It certainly, I'm being told it did. But this time of year, you just don't expect that. And even if you've ever had a pond completely turn over, most everybody will tell you, look, that happens every, you may get through the rest of your life and that never happen again. And we had talked about, aerating it and all of that and kind of been said, well, probably that kind of money for the times this is going to happen, whatever.
And Rick, explain to people maybe that don't fish and don't do ponds what you're talking about.
What happens when the oxygen leaves a pond, and I'm not an expert, so I'm trying to talk to you in language that I can understand. A lot of you I could go much deeper with and you would get it, but I wouldn't. Is when you're fertilizing your pond and you lime it and you fertilize it and you try to take care of management of when you get too many fish of a certain size, you need to take a certain amount of fish out to get an ecosystem where you have a large bass. They eat the brim, they eat the tilapia. The brim are always there as part of the ecosystem.
You want a nice bell curve on the size of your fish.
Right. Well, the bait fish need the plankton to eat. They need that.
It starts with the little stuff.
Yeah, throughout the pond. Well, you try to keep that growing, but you can overdo it. It's a fine line that you're trying to balance this ecosystem in your pond. Well, in a normal situation on what you just call the pond turning over, that's when you usually, where we live, it usually is really, really hot, and the water gets soupy warm, and you have a bloom of the plankton, maybe after a fertilizing treatment, and you go, oh, good. And then an afternoon thunderstorm will come in and drop, if it's a heavy rain, just inches of ice-cold water into this warm pond that just had a plankton bloom, and the plankton dies immediately, sinks to the bottom, and sucks all the oxygen out of the water, and it kills every fish in there. That happened to me 4 years ago, in those conditions that I just described.
I saw that.
So this time, though, it's been cooler and whatever, but the water there haven't been a lot of fluctuations on the temperature of the water. And plus, this is the prime fishing time, March, April, into May. So expecting a fish kill right now was totally unexpected by everybody involved. So we'll have some looking at what may or may not have happened. So I get there and I'm like, well, and then finally, I called the pond management company and I deal with the guy that is kind of the guy that I'm one of the properties he's been assigned, kind of the foreman. And he immediately said, we got to get the paddle wheel down there. Let's get the paddle wheel down there because if they're not all dead, he said, we get the paddle wheel in there and now we get the water moving. We'll create oxygen by moving the water.
And the slapping of the water.
Yeah, and so this is what they brought. But you got to have a tractor on this particular one.
With a PTO.
Yeah, with the PTO.
Powertrain.
Yeah, to run it. Well, this now gets Gary involved again. Oh, boy. So the guy asked me, he said, do you have a tractor? I said, I don't own a tractor. And Gary's out there, on the lawnmower now, and I start waving Gary down. I said, hey, we got to have a tractor. Well, I mean, I ain't got no tractor out here, Rick. I'd have to go get it. And I said, well, Gary, we're at the point now where all the fish are going to die. And I could see them all coming up to the top of the water trying to breathe. And I said, are we get this going, we can save some of them where we don't have to do a complete start over. Well, let me call David. And then he starts calling to his son-in-law. He's trying to find the nearest tractor.
Yeah.
So at one point, we find a tractor that we can get in enough time that we think we can save some of the fish. And the pond management people are bringing down the paddle wheel. And in the middle of all this is John Richter, who was just simply there.
Yeah, why was John there?
John was down just to look at a job that he was going to do.
He was going to do a project.
And he was going to leave. And I said, John, you can go. He goes, oh, no. I'm not going anywhere.
It made him late. It made him late going over to Helms.
You know what he said? He said, I was supposed to go to Helms this afternoon, but I ain't going now. and so then I didn't realize what John's also, thankfully, thank you, John, a fan of the show. He says, I have found myself in a truck with you and Gary. He goes,
in a handle.
He goes, in a nightmare. He goes, I'm just closing my eyes to see if I can guess which one's talking. Because I talk to Gary as Gary. I don't know why I do that. Hey, we need to go over by Davis. I said, well, why are we going right here? Why are we turning in here? Hey, this is not my house we're going to. Oh, well, you need to tell me, Gary. and so then we get the tractor, and you know how sometimes, because you know what's happened. This, Bubba, you've talked about this for years. Now you've got a magnet for men. There's a problem. And men just begin to walk out everywhere. And what do the men want to do? Sit there and look at it and go, tell you what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And before I know it, it's almost like addictive to John Richter, who's there. I look, and no one asked John to hook up the paddle wheel. I look, he's down there getting grease on his hands. He's trying. And I said, John, what are you doing? He goes, I'm sorry, that was uncontrollable. I just jumped in to try to help. I said, John, you don't have to.
John's a helper.
He's just like, oh no, we got a project now. I mean, men were just walking out of the woods. You understand something's wrong over here. What y'all trying to do?
As a matter of fact,
hey, Greg, you got a track? You can put the paddle wheel up to it?
Rick, as a matter of fact,
PTO?
Helms has got a problem. He needs some help.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Helms walked out of the woods far off and said, John! But anyway, so.
$2! Just a few blades of grass I need cut.
John, it's not much. I know it's not as big as a fish scale.
But, because what does John
It's going to take you 30 minutes.
Because you know what John's doing. John has to be part of solving the problem.
Yeah.
And then, of course, what happens? Rick, I've been trying to tell you.
Oh, here
and I'm
we
like,
go.
Hey, Reed.
Hey, this thing's got too much fertilizer in it. I'm telling you. And I'm like, Gary, then the uncomfortable, because now Gary is going to tell the people who do this for a living that they don't know what they're doing.
Right.
So they've shown. So you got them, you got Richter, you got Gary. You got.
Look, I'm telling you, Rick. I've been trying to tell you. And I said, Gary, I don't know, man. I don't. Well, all I can do is try. I try to say things, and I know you don't listen to me sometimes, and you should.
Hey,
and I'm just like, well, Gary, I don't know. Right now, let's try to save as many fish as we can. Mm-hmm. And so
we can point fingers later. Get the wheel in the water.
So he just backs it in and lets it.
So yeah, now I was trying to find a picture of it actually running, and we had one. And I think Gary tried to shoot it, and it just went bad. I mean, all I got's a bunch of video of the ground.
That and Tecumseh grass.
Well, that may be what he was filming.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Look, there it is.
It wasn't.
That's a more. That's a bigger operation, more commercial.
That's a fish deal. Yeah. So then,
but the same concept.
Then we got in the argument over well water having oxygen. Hey, Rick, I'm going to go over where we got the well water coming in. I'm going to set up another aerating kind of situation over there. Get me a couple of, I need that inch wide pipe. And the guy says, well, that well water doesn't have any oxygen in it. Well, no, I mean, but if you have it shooting up in the air and then petting the top of the water, it's dang sure got, and he didn't say that, it's got oxygen in it.
Yeah, spraying it in, that's it.
Yeah, right there. And so that's what's going on at the pond right there. That paddle wheel with the tractor.
Buddy, that thing is moving, Rick.
So
wow. So all this is going on, moving parts everywhere, and you got fish just coming up.
Oh, don't forget too. So I guess I'm supposed to leave this tractor here all night.
Running?
Yeah, running. Well, I'm gonna have to come back and fill it up. It's gonna run through today, so. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, oh my gosh almighty.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. Are you thinking about learning a new language, but you're like, oh, man, what a commitment? And it can be. But have you ever thought about Babbel.com/Bubba? They make this learning process much easier. And it's the real world. This is how you can learn a language, going through all the responsibilities and the busyness of your life. Babbel.com/Bubba is something that anyone can do. It's the number one selling language learning app. Look, their system and the way they do it is 15-minute lessons. It's a great way to learn a new language on the go. It won't overwhelm you. They design their courses with practical, real-world conversations in mind, things that you'll get to use in everyday life when you're going somewhere where, learning another language would be beneficial. Or, look, the country you're living in right now, if you're in the United States of America, to know Spanish is extremely beneficial. But you may be thinking, well, how do I do it? Well, why don't you go to Babbel.com/Bubba? You can choose from 14 different languages, Spanish, of course, as I mentioned, French, Italian, German, they're all there. 65% off your subscription right now. If you go to Babbel, Babbel.com/Bubba, we get you 65% off. You also can find Babbel.com/Bubba linked right there under rickandbubba.com. There where the sponsor buttons are. Click that right there. It's language for life. All right, so updating you. So now my day of kind of moseying on down to the farm on a beautiful afternoon in Sweet Home, Alabama, moseying on down, looking over a couple projects that need to be done, tending to a project. I also needed to work on the barn a little bit. And then, I thought, well, it doesn't get dark, early anymore. I'll go out there and do a little fishing. But now if I wanted to fish, I just needed to get a net and net up all the dead fish that were floating around.
Yeah, you should have had a fish fry yesterday.
Now, don't forget, I've got dead fish floating. I don't have dead fish floating everywhere during a time of year you don't want to fish. I've got dead fish floating everywhere, and my ecosystem is destroyed in prime fishing season. The whole reason why you manage a pond is so you can fish during the prime fishing seasons. And of course, don't forget, we of course had plans to fish this coming weekend. Of course,
sure.
So, as I said, Lord, thank you for reminding me. Hey, birds, stop trying to make heaven here on earth. It'll never work. Nice little reminder. So the fish are floating. We've got the paddle in the water. We're trying to move some water, save as many fish as we can.
And now the tractor, I'm puzzled with that. What are you doing with that? Because Gary has the tractor cranked.
Yeah, it has to.
You have to have the PTO turning,
so
to turn the paddle.
Who sits there all night?
Nobody. You just lock it in and let it run.
What about the diesel?
And hey, somebody's going to have to come back over and keep putting diesel in this, Rick. I said, I know, Gary. This is.
And in some situations, the tractor can run a little warm sitting still.
Sure.
But most of the time they'll handle it.
And don't forget that Gary lives his life thinking what every single person other than him doesn't know what they're doing.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, can't argue right.
Right.
I tell you what, it didn't happen on his watch.
If you'd let me just have this pond like I've asked you, we wouldn't be in this situation. And I said, Gary, that's a very convenient thing to say since you were never put in this situation. Sure. I'm telling you. Hey, and then of course he has to play the Pine Valley card. Ask him over at Pine Valley. I got over and solved that situation. Okay. Thank you, Gary. So anyway.
He's got their fishing pond.
Well, I don't know if he does anymore, but he did it one time.
It's a lake.
Right. Well, hey, first thing I did. But anyway, I looked at what they was paying. So anyway,
talking over the tractor running, I'm picturing it.
Yeah. You ever heard a tractor run all day long? You can hear it. Yeah. So anyway, then to make sure that my day, because at this point I realize my day has completely come apart. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's just go all in. Let's make the mistake of trying to deal with somebody at an internet service for rural America.
Let's get it all in.
Let's get it all in.
This battle's been going on for quite a while.
Let's get to the point where I want to throw myself into the paddle. Okay. So here's what happened, and again, not good to have Gary involved. We are sending a service person to your property, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m.
Well, holly.
Hey, all right.
So,
Thank you.
So Gary and I
Just say sometime today.
Gary, of course, who had completely informed me that he would be at the farm. Hey, I'll be down here all day. You know how long I've been here? I've been at this place since 8 this morning. Okay. All right. You know, that whatever it takes to do the things that need to be done, you know. And I said, Gary, somebody from this internet service a service guy's supposed to come. I've been telling them for how long, Greg? When was hunting?
It was back in hunting season.
I've been telling them since hunting season.
You sat there on hold all day.
The problem is not the modem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, y'all keep trying to fire signals to it from wherever in the world you are. The problem is the connection to the home is wrong. There's something cut. Something's not where it's supposed to be.
Outside the house.
Outside the house. Somebody has got to come to this location.
Does it make you crazy, Rick, that they can fly a drone remote control on the surface of Mars where it takes 20 minutes to get a radio signal and they can't hit your modem?
Well, thank you, sir, for perspective. You almost quoted me verbatim. I went to the moon. I should have gone to Mars.
Yeah,
but anyway, and and all these places want to keep you in the automated world.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever just screamed at the automating? I want to talk to a person.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good luck.
Technician.
So here's Gary.
And
hey,
you get a person. That can't speak English.
Hey, service guys here. I said, okay, man. Just if he needs anything, needs access to the house, because I'm still on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
I can't sit down.
Hey,
between 8 and 5. Yeah. Can anybody wait between 8 and 5?
Earlier than you thought, though.
Much earlier than I thought. Because I was gonna get there about 1-ish.
I keep thinking he's here.
So anyway. And but it's like Gary thrives in this kind of stuff. It's like he doesn't want to stop bad things from happening so he can say everybody's an idiot. Like he didn't want to stop it. It's like he wants them to show their idiocy. Like, you know what I mean?
Point it out.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know what they did over at the house. And I said, what do you mean, Gary? Well, I mean, this idiot showed up. He's already got that. Why do you think he's an idiot? Well, he looks out and he says he needs wire. And you know what the idiot says? I ain't got no wire on my truck. Hey, Rick, who in the hell comes down here and something involves wire?
He got a good point.
And they ain't got no wire on the truck. And I said, well, Gary, that is a difficult point to refute. Yeah. I don't know where he went. I said, did he say he would be back? I don't know. I said, did you ask him? Did you see him leaving? Hey!
Hollering at him.
Well, I ain't got time fooling with some internet something.
I got to go fill the tractor.
Hey. I've been down here since 8 o'clock this morning. I said, I know, Gary. I know you have. I'm crystal clear on that. I said, Gary, did he say he was going to get wire and come back? He just said he didn't have no wire, and then he left. I said, did he not? So I'm on the way down there. Has the guy come back? No. I tell you what your camp house looks like, just like it did before anybody came. That yard just empty. And, hey, I went over and looked. He ain't done nothing to the wire. I'm telling you, I said, I know about the wire, Gary. That's why I called
He goes into that.
Who don't have wire on the truck? I don't know, Gary. I don't. You would think if you work in a place that deals with wire, you'd carry some wire with you. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. You know what that'd be like? No, I know all the examples. Hey, and look, he didn't get here about. They said he's gonna be here. He ain't about 9:45. I've been here since 8. I know. I got it, Gary. I fully see the picture. You're the only person working and doing it right. Everybody else is an idiot. I got it. Well, I mean, I'm glad you said it.
So I won't have to.
Yeah. So now, and we'll come back. Now, and just the dread in my stomach, just the dread. Now I'll be thrown into the world of cable and internet companies, satellite. You know that world. Oh, yeah. Now I will be tossed into the world of customer service when dealing with this kind of stuff. Is there anything on the planet? I mean, you almost take a fish kill over this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's close. But I mean, I think the process is on this customer service is to wear you down.
Yeah. So you give up.
Well, you just give up. Say, I'm just going to keep sending you money. I don't even care if anything ever works. I would rather pay you for me not to have to call here.
Yeah.
And not even to have the service. Just don't make me go through this again.
And it's so universal, it seems
Oh,
like.
my gosh.
Yeah. It's every group.
And look, if you're going to have people from India, they got to be able to speak better English than that.
Boy.
They have to be able to be understood. And just, so I'll take you on that wild ride. But you know what? You know who we're teaching now? We're teaching Rick now.
No
I don't know
fish, no internet.
No.
Other than that, everything's great.
You know what, Rick? Maybe you don't need either one of them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show Wednesday Bible study back today, and I need it. Live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. You can grab that. Fix Mama's Mouth, April 28th is the cutoff. If you haven't entered your mom yet, you can do so at the contest button at rickandbubba.com. All right, so we now have a fish kill right in the middle of prime fishing season. We've got the paddle wheel in the water. Gary's also gone over to where the whale puts water into the pond. He's got it up out of the water now. We've got the pipe up in the air. We've got a rock under it, and he's put another piece of pipe and drilled some holes in it. Now we're throwing some water out over there, saving whatever we can. We've got a tractor running that now has to be refilled over and over again to keep the paddle wheel going for a while, see if we can save the fish.
I'm happy anyway.
And this is what's happening. Guess what happened to me from the time I left yesterday all the way to the show starting today? Periodically, the phone would ring. Hey, guess what I'm doing? You're putting diesel into the tractor. Yep. I know. Right. Hey, Greg, today, guess where I am? I'm going to guess on the dam at the pond. Yep. You are right. Putting more diesel in? Yep. I'm getting these calls periodically.
No wonder you wouldn't respond to him this morning.
Right. So anyway, now.
By the way, how soon will you know? Like, hey, we were able to save some fish.
About 2 weeks, because they'll come They'll come in and shock it and say, "Let's see who's alive."
Okay.
All right, and then we'll start from there and refurbish.
That's an amazing.
And we'll
process,
start out over again. We'll see how much we saved. I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you what I can tell you for sure. I won't catch any fish this weekend. You can write that down. So, and you can't shock them now because the fish are under too much stress. It'll kill them. Then the shock
makes
them.
sense.
Yeah. So anyway, a lot of stress.
Rick, maybe you could fish, and instead of your normal lure, you use like a little oxygen tank on there, and they'd be all over it.
It's good. So now I said, look, misery loves company.
Yeah.
So now my guy that showed up about the internet, he's disappeared, didn't have wire. Hey, who comes down here without wire? I know, Gary. And so now I start. Well, remember, they want you to go online. They want you to or do automated. Nobody wants to talk to you anymore. And then when somebody does talk to you, you can't understand them. Okay. So I keep saying, I want to talk to a person. We're going to pull up your service ticket. Your service ticket is closed. Yeah, I know the guy left. I'm trying to find out why he left. Main menu. You call him about click here for service. Okay. Give us the last 4 digits of your social. Can you give the property address?
Oh my!
Your service ticket is. We have it, and it is closed. I got all that.
Gosh,
I need to talk to somebody about what happened.
I want to open it.
So then starts I finally get a person. Hey, I need to talk to somebody. Can I have your name, please? Mm-hmm. It's Rick Burgess. Rick Burgess. Rick Burgess. Burgess. Okay.
Burgess.
Mm-hmm. Can I have the social? Last 4 digits of my social? Yes. So we do that. Okay. I see we had service. Yes.
How hard are you pressing the phone?
The service person left,
Well,
and I want an update on what happened. Can you hold? Can I get you with another department? Okay.
What's your
This
name?
person is even harder to understand. This is all I give him. This person. And I'm like, I literally said this. I got no idea.
Yeah.
I said, I can't understand you in the least. Ma'am, no disrespect. I promise I'm saying this because I want to represent our faith well, and this is a test. And I know I might as well be. I think Satan has the phone, and he's doing the murmur to try to get me to explode.
Right.
I honestly cannot understand what you were saying. I cannot understand it. I have no idea what you're saying.
And
I said,
nope, he's on the other line.
Can I try? Can I pass? You know, it's now I'm in a game show. Pass. You know, and so
Give me someone
then
else.
then finally, and all of a sudden I hear music. I said, okay, I'm on hold again. And then it's almost like my prayers, my silent prayers. Lord, don't let me. My silent prayer. Guess what comes on the line? Hey, this is Kathy.
There you go.
Here we
There
go.
you go.
I said, yeah. guys. God dang. I said, you're from the South. Yes, I am, honey. I'm from Louisiana. How are you today?
Oh.
God dang. Help me.
Please don't drop out.
Hey, I'm not in India anymore. No, but what's going on? And so I get it. And I said,
Sugar?
I said, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that don't make any sense. No, it really doesn't. So now you've got a cheerleader. Thank you.
And please don't transfer me.
Okay, don't send me to any other people. I don't send. This last one I had, I think, were the adults on peanuts. And so then, well, let me see. Well, my goodness. So he just left? He did. Well, what did he do? According to Gary. Now, who's Gary? That's a question. I'm sorry. I said,
Been here since 8.
Oh, yeah, the drop is no good there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says right. Well, your service ticket's closed. I'm crystal clear on that.
Got that
I just don't know.
How about Pride Open again?
I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See if we can get that baby back.
Hey, I don't know what happened. See, and I don't know what am I waiting? What's going on? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, the connection to the house is what's no good.
Got it.
I've known that for 8 months.
Been trying to tell you.
Okay. Wow. Well, it looks like he's gonna have to come back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was.
And a wire.
That's what I was afraid of.
And to bring some wire. When
Yeah,
You might want to do that.
Bring a whole roll.
Then I asked the question, because now you're at the mercy of these companies. May I address the throne? I'd like to know when he's coming back. You're probably gonna have to get another text message from us and schedule the next one.
Wait a minute. So he don't have wire. He's just done.
He's done. So it looks like
Who does that?
So then I said this. I said,
He ain't got a buddy in the area that's got wire?
I want y'all to know, and on behalf of all of you listening and all of you watching, I now became a representative of us all.
Okay. The people.
And I said to Kathy, may I say something to you? Well, yes, of course. And I know this is not your fault. So let me first of all say I'm not being mean to you. Okay. Well, thank you. I said, you're being very nice and you're trying to help. I want to say something, and you're not even the person I need to say it to. But undoubtedly, whoever the man is at the high house up on the hill, we're not allowed to talk to him or her. Okay? Whoever that is who runs this place, do you think that it's reasonable for a customer, after a service technician has been to their place and done whatever happened, that person should be contacted and said, here's what happened at your property today, and here's what's going to happen next?
Where are we at? Where are we?
I said, do you think that's a reasonable request? Absolutely it is. And I said, well, y'all don't do that. So whoever you need to tell that to, I said, I have spent, I'm not exaggerating.
Rick, be careful. She'll send you another department.
I said, I said, I have been on this phone and chasing this thing after I simply had a service appointment today. I've been chasing to try to talk to you, Kathy, and I've gone through more frustration, more disappointment, more letdowns for literally 46 minutes I've been at this. Until I finally, I said, now there were multiple times I just hung up because I was doing other things. I couldn't go through the process.
Really, 8 months and 46 minutes.
And I said this. I said, I don't even think I should have had to call you.
Oh, yeah.
I think since you have a text message you sent me about the technician, shouldn't he or somebody text me? You don't have to call me. Text me, say, here's what happened at your property, and here's what will happen next. Why am I having to run this down? I agree with you. I said, could you pass that along on behalf of me and hundreds of thousands of other people? Could you pass that along? Yeah. And so I don't know what happens next. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mother's Day is rolling. It's going to be here before we know it. And I know, like in our family, we have a competition who can be the golden child, who can go to that number one spot with mom. Well, if you go ahead and get mom's bouquet early from 1-800-Flowers.com, you could take that position as golden child. Now, whether she's near or far, ordering early means getting the best selection of bouquets that are guaranteed to show her that she's loved. Right now at 1-800-Flowers.com, you can get 36 sorbet roses for only $36. These aren't average roses either. 1-800-Flowers sent over a bouquet for our wives who are moms, and let me tell you something, they absolutely love them. It's got a nice mix of pastel shades and pink and orange and lavender. These roses are guaranteed to show all of the moms in your life just how much they're loved. So get yours now. Order 36 sorbet roses for $36 by going to 1-800-Flowers.com. Click that radio icon and enter the code RickBubba. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. The code RickBubba. Hurry, offer expires on Friday. 6 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls start the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and all 10 lines are available, and we can't wait to talk to you. Dial us up right now, and we will find out what is on your mind, and we'll start this hour chatting with you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in this quest for a better tomorrow.
Will of Meat could be in play at any time. It hasn't happened so far this week. Could happen this hour. It might, definitely will happen, by the time Friday's show is over. But right now, we want to start the hour talking to you. We've covered a lot if you've been listening to the program and getting some good emails on some of the stuff that we've already discussed. You can weigh in on those topics. You can bring up your own topic if you would like to, and make plans to be out on the road with us this week. Looking forward to tomorrow night, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. Being there with those men as they are doing year 2 of the men's discipleship strategy. We'll be there with you tomorrow night. How about our very own Charles? Charles will be there. Oh, Charles Billingsley.
How about that? Oh, pink shirt.
By the way, have you seen the video he did about you?
I did.
Okay.
I did see that. And you know what? We might could play that.
Okay.
I think
see if I can find it. I'll send it down.
I think he's trying to get in there and cut up a little bit, and do it because I give him a hard time, so he's trying to give me a hard time. But he'll have the whole band in concert tomorrow night there, and look forward to being with you. And we'll definitely have fun with each other. Don't you worry about that. And I think what he does sometimes is he dresses as bad as he possibly can to frustrate me.
Yeah.
It's almost now like he's kind of saying I'll go even further now. I mean, the white belt, the one that has the one that has the gold holes in it with the like KC wore from KC and the Sunshine Band.
Or Uncle Eddie.
Yeah. To Maggie.
Eddie.
Maggie's in Alabama. She'll get us started. Maggie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
All righty. Well, I just wanted to tell Bubba to walk it out and that he will play excellent golf. And I wanted to wish my husband a big happy birthday.
You used
Brandon Roberts. We love you.
You used Bubba to get a birthday wish to your husband, didn't you?
That's pretty impressive.
I did.
I know. I
fully
could
admit it.
I could tell. Like I sensed it.
That's a great wife.
And you know what? That's a wife that did whatever she had to do to get her husband a birthday wish on the Rick and Bubba Show, and I respect that.
You guys have no idea. He absolutely loves y'all, and he's made me a big lover as well.
Well, you know what? And hopefully of the show too. But so tell him that we said hello, and you got yourself a good man.
Most definitely, I will. Thank y'all so
Thank you,
much.
Maggie.
No, thank you.
See you, Maggie. Bye bye. Let's go to Chris in Millbrook. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Fantastic, buddy.
I was just curious, I was hearing about your pond. What about adding a fountain to help the oxygen just keep flowing?
Yeah, there's all kinds of little options. The problem, here's the thing you got to walk, and you're using the word fountain, which that's good because that's what I would call it if I said it to my wife. I wouldn't say aerator.
Right.
Plus, I can't say that very good. You got to understand the pond, the way our setup is set up, and it's really, we talk about this a lot. There's the area that is kind of my area, which is really designed for hunting, and it's got a whole different approach. Then you have the part of it that is all about beautification and relaxation, and that's Sherry's view of the way things should look. And we kind of, the farm almost has two personalities. The problem with the pond is it lands legally in her area, but then also I fish. So anything done to the pond still falls under the beautification standards, and you can't just do anything, which is the constant battle with Gary and Sherry.
Well, I think that's the constant battle you have with a lot of
just like your house,
hunting and fishing.
Yeah.
The timber guys want you to do one thing, the biologists want you to do something else, and you as the landowner have to find the happy medium.
So Gary just wants to get water moving in there, and he'll do whatever he has to do to move it. But if it's an eyesore, Sherry's going to come shoot that down. And so if there's a way to come up with something that looks beautiful but still does the job, that's going to be my struggle. But yeah, Chris, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. And something, in all fairness, I don't think this one has to do with not having something that
aerates.
It's hard to say aerator. I think that's something that's needed for the really, really hot times of summer here. I don't think this one has anything to do with that. because of the time of year we're in.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
And you don't even need them at all during the winter. Yeah. I mean, people don't even run them.
And I try to find out how to use a windmill in it somehow.
Right. Yeah,
that would be.
What if I had one of them?
I
big-
like windmills.
I know you do.
Yeah.
But I like those paddle wheels. That's what I want.
Yeah. Right. Well, you could have the windmill run the paddle wheel.
Yeah, you could.
If the wind was blowing.
Lizzie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
So I'm got a very random question, but I figured y'all would be the ones to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was a horrible day with my 4-year-old daughter. I've got 3 kids, 4, 2 and a month, and 2 months old. And horrible day with my daughter, spanked her as needed, brought out the spanking spoon, and my husband and I were talking, and he was like, I don't think you're spanking her enough. So my question is, how do you spank not out of anger?
Oh, well,
How do you do that?
Yeah, that requires a lot of prayer. And we're not supposed to discipline our children out of anger from a biblical standpoint. It says you are to discipline our children, but we are not to exasperate our children. I will just tell you, in my point, because I have not always done that correctly, I think sometimes you got to take a minute. It is not to react instantly as far as the actual applying of the spanking. Now, you need to take the child, sit them down, explain to them why they're about to get a spanking, and usually the process of that explanation will get you to where you need to be to deliver that punishment correctly. So I would, instead of just grabbing a kid, pulling them up, and starting the process, even though, look, I had that happen to me as a kid a few times, and there's been times that I have not handled everything the way it should have been handled. But I think if you'll take the time to explain to the child what they've done, why you're doing it, even at times I've found that even praying with them beforehand and saying, I'm doing this because I love you and I'm doing this correctly from a biblical standpoint to help you ultimately in the long run, that usually does the trick.
Yeah, Lizzie, I don't. There's certainly times I probably haven't done it right, but I agree with Rick. You gotta set them down, have a brief cooling off period on your part, explain to them why they're getting it, and then apply the negative reinforcement, and maybe give them a little time to think about it. And I think if you do that right, and it's not the easy thing to do, it's hard to do it right. I think you get the best results out of it. But I think the worst thing you can do is have rules set up
I'm going over
and then not enforce them and let them get away with breaking the rules and not being punished. Then you are undoing any good that you did.
It must be swift. It must be consistent. It must be under control.
Yep. And that's sometimes difficult to do.
Let's go to Lori in the great state of Alabama. Lori, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I was going to agree with the other caller that you need to put a fountain in the middle of the pond because actually it is all Sherry's domain. She just allows you
Correct.
to have those things.
That is correct.
So if you will use it and play it off as Sherry, I'm not going to put one of those ugly paddle wheels.
Yeah,
I want to make it pretty for you.
Even though it would work better.
It would. Well, right, and the biggest issue you have too is you got to get into the position of it in the pond. Solar power, if it's got to be run off electricity, now you got to do a trench to get the power down to the pond. You got to put up a place at the pond where you plug it in, where the power is, so there's some things that have to be added around the pond that could become problematic.
Is this something Gary could do?
You remember what I said a minute ago about the areas
after all that help we tried to get you.
Yeah, Gary can absolutely do it, but the way he would do it would be functional, but it would not be beautiful.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Troy and Frank.
I just wanted to ask. I mean, it seems like he can do pretty much anything.
Yeah. Hey, that's what I've been trying to tell Rick. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Good.
Hey, man, so listen, there's a great way around this beautification and aeration process. Okay. I don't know if you know about them, but it's lake bottom aeration, which is actually the most efficient way to aerate and keep a lake healthy. You don't have to have electricity by the pond as long as you have power within a mile of the pond. You can simply pump the air through PVC to a valve box and then break it off to the lake bottom aerators.
Ooh.
And, that's how we take care of most of that. Helps to beautify, helps to clean the water. It does a lot helps to destratify. That's the main key in turnovers is a stratified layer of water, warm on top, cold on bottom.
Yeah. So what is it called again? Lake bottom? Is that what it's called? Lake bottom.
Lake bottom aeration. It sits on the bottom. All you'll see on the surface is a diffused area of aeration. And
Which will look good.
The pond. I don't know how,
Which will look good.
Yeah, I don't know how big the pond is. Yeah, it would.
It's about 5
It's
acres.
basically a fountain you sink on the bottom.
It's about 5 acres.
Yeah, so 5 acres is a great size to do that. I don't know in terms of how you manage if you're doing fertilization or not.
Oh,
That's
yes.
something I would
Well, we're
look
doing a
at
lot of
closely.
fertilization, a bunch of it.
Maybe too much.
Maybe too much.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the key issue there. There's a lot of stuff changing in the industry in terms of fertilization. I know you're probably using the phosphorus-based fertilizer. You need to look at a couple other things, nitrogen-based, and potentially what your phosphorus and nitrogen levels are in the pond.
Okay. Well, look, hey, send me an email, and I got some folks. We're going to be getting a game plan going forward. I'd appreciate that. Rick at rickandbubba.com.
That's it. I've already sent you one.
Oh, did you? Okay. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate you. Buddy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 23 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We got a couple things to cover we'll still get before the hour is done today. More of your phone calls, too. But so tomorrow night, get an opportunity to hang with Charles Billingsley. We're doing a man church tomorrow night there at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. And he sent a video because I've been concerned about, and he's going to be at Gridiron again this summer, too. We've had a little fun with Charles. And he's trying to do some sort of rebuttal to my concerns, and now he's saying he's a little concerned about this tomorrow night too. So here is the video that Charles Billingsley sent to church. Here it is.
Hello, men from Opelika. I am so excited to be with you guys on Thursday night. I'm excited, but just a little bothered because I saw the video that Rick Burgess did for you, and he talked a lot about my clothing and all these things. As you can see, I'm in a suit right now. I'm dressed up because I'm doing a funeral. I'll be a little more casual Thursday night, but and may even wear a white belt. But here's the thing.
Did you get that suit from a U-Haul blanket?
No, I did. What are you talking? This is a nice suit, Adam. Okay, look, here's the point. There's a difference between classy and cool and frumpy. And I mean, don't tell Rick I said this, but sometimes he's a little frumpy, okay? I mean, he talks about me wearing a white belt, but he may not have a belt on at all. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of just the way we think. We're just different, all right? He thinks, deer stand. I think the mall. I mean, it's just what we just think differently, all right? But all that to say, we are so different that it's really a great evening for you to come as any walk of life, like whatever kind of thing you like as far as hobbies or stuff. This is a night for all men, not just people who hunt deer, but also for men who play golf or have a regular job or whatever. So I'm looking forward to being there, and I'll be dressed appropriate. I'll be dressed appropriately. I really will. So, War Eagle, row tide. See you Thursday.
Do you think he now will turn it way up?
Oh yeah. He's setting the stage for that.
He thinks a deer stand. I think about the mall.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm glad he still got a sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Well, he better.
Yeah.
Do you think if he comes to Opelika, Alabama, what do you think there'll be more people dressed like me or him?
I'm going to say probably you.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably you.
It'll be fun. So, speaking of music, Greg, did you see who died today?
I did.
Now, Bubba, do you know the name Jim? Is it Steinman? Jim Steinman?
Jim Steinman. A lot of people don't know him. I think he wrote some hit songs.
Well, every song that you like by Meatloaf, he wrote.
Really?
Okay, yeah.
So which ones?
The entire record, Bad Out of Hell 1 and 2.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah,
all of those. And didn't he do the I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. All that stuff. Anytime Meatloaf tried to do songs without him, you didn't like them.
Right.
Every time, and he was a bizarre looking character. He also wrote a lot of songs for Celine Dion.
Right.
They said and
Bonnie Tyler too.
Yeah.
Air Supply.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Bad Out of Hell came out in '77, and they said it was recorded on $35,000 that they borrowed, and it's to date sold over 50 million copies.
Hello.
You know what? That's a good return on investment.
Yeah.
All right, I know
Gene Hallman would like that.
I hate to do to Jim Steinman what everybody's always done, now transition away from him to the artist that we know.
Yes.
But is Meatloaf doing some sort of reality show right now? Do some sort of game show or something?
Oh, no.
Really? Did I hear that? Because do you remember the last album that Meatloaf tried to put out?
Oh, yeah. He sounded like he'd lost his hearing, and he was trying to sing like a person that can't hear.
Yeah, do we all remember this?
Yeah, we did it right here on the show.
Yeah, so Jim Steinman, 73, Bubba. That used to feel a lot older than it does now.
Yeah, that's a young man there, Rick.
That's him, a
young man.
Bubba, he's taking the prime of his life.
Yeah, I know. Take a rip from us right in the prime.
So I don't know why he always had these. Did he have some sort of issue with his eyes?
No, I don't know. Is he trying to be cool?
Or he just had really cool shades you wanted to wear?
Yeah, well, it looks like he's got like a pair of regular glasses on front of like some kind of shield, like in.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
Are you sure that's just not like really, really cool sunglasses?
It may be, Bubba. You may be right.
Because that hairstyle, he's a cool bro. You know?
So,
got that jacket on, that black jacket.
You mentioned it, but I'm seeing the actual hits now. So, Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yeah,
Bonnie
yeah.
Tyler.
Yeah.
Making Love Out of Nothing at All. Air Supply.
Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
Read 'em and Weep.
Yeah, I don't know that one as well, but the ones from Meatloaf, these were huge hits.
He's in the Songwriters Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Mhm.
as he should be.
Yep.
So anyway, they said that Meatloaf and Steinman had a falling out, but managed to reunite in 2016, which is the one we're
Well, of
talking
course
about.
they did.
Well, who would think creative types would have a falling
hey,
out? That's never happened.
Guys,
has it?
Greg, I don't know what these glasses are.
Greg, what is that?
I mean, those are something else.
What, sure,
it's like
he's running a cutting torch, or
yeah, that's
what do you?
there's two layers there.
Did I expect him to do this, Greg? Tell me he's got me covered. And
it makes you look a little bit like Alf when you wear them. You know,
strange looking, very very strange. That's so. Anyway, so Jim
it was probably just so cool. I can't appreciate.
Yeah, I get it. Well, you know, you can leave cool and just get into weird. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We got more to cover and more of your phone calls coming up. We got also we want to remind you to go to rickandbubba.com. So speaking of cool stuff, a lot of new swag there. Check it out. Get yours before they're gone. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Now more than ever, man, as things are returning, at least as far as the economy, it's a lot more normal than it was, and people are getting back on their feet and they're getting out and they're consuming, and you need to let them know that you're operating again, or hey, tell them what you do. Now more than ever is a good time to get a marketing plan together with the Rick and Bubba Show and all of our different platforms, locally and nationally. We can help you with that. You can reach out to us directly, and we'll point you in the right direction. If you'd like to team up with the Rick and Bubba Show and let us join arms with you and market your product to the most powerful, most influential, best-looking listening and viewing audience in the world, you can find out more by going to rickandbubba.com and look under Contact there, or just email us directly, and we'll help you. All right, so, Bubba, this is one of those situations where maybe these young people, I hope, have learned a lesson. It's a video. Now, they refer to this, and I heard you say this in the break, and I agree with you. Once you start trying to commit armed robbery.
Yeah, carjacking people at gunpoint, you're not a child anymore.
Yeah, we can't refer to you. I know the Daily Mail here wants us to refer to them as two children. I think you've left the world of children. And you're going to find out that if you go out and start trying to carjack people, and you're also doing that while having a gun, that the person may not respond to that, and the fact that you are someone who's young, they may think they can take you. And we're about to see some young people get body slammed here by a would-be carjacking victim. Mm-hmm. So here it is.
You see, they come up. White shirt is pointing the gun at the victim,
and now the victim
knocks it out of his hand.
Right. Ooh.
Turns him upside down, body slams him into the pavement, and then sits on him.
Yeah, and I mean, let me tell you something. I had to turn it down because the person tells them to leave. But they go up and try to carjack this guy with a gun, and buddy, he has none of it.
He has none of it.
And now picks the gun up and walks back to his vehicle. So let's watch this again. So they come up wanting his vehicle. Are you serious?
Okay. Did you hear him hollering, okay, okay?
Sound like a pig.
Well,
now,
even looking a pig ran by.
Right.
6 hours prior to this incident,
good night.
The two boys also tried to rob a customer at gunpoint at Chase Bank, where they fled empty-handed after the victim told them that he was an off-duty police officer. 2 days after those attempted robberies, both boys and another were arrested for trying to steal a third car by force. They were released, but just 3 days after that were caught with a fourth pal trying to carjack yet another victim.
They're not very good criminals.
They're really not. They do not know how. They don't really.
Well,
they're not good predators.
They're on borrowed time, guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're on borrowed time.
Well, it's just a matter of time until somebody kills them. I mean, he's pointing the gun right at this guy.
The body slam is really good.
Right. And
boom, God.
And what is the so-called partner doing there?
What's his accomplice?
He is yelling, "Get off of him!
Right.
Get off of him!"
From a distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from a safe distance. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You talk about picking the wrong guy to try to carjack.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
I mean, what about when he starts running? Okay.
okay. So this guy refuses to be a victim.
I got to have it one more time.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Okay, that right there.
So and then
who is screaming?
The guy on the ground?
The guy on the ground.
That's him screaming.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I think it's somebody watching this.
Oh
is it?
Yeah, I think it's somebody.
Sounds just like a pig.
I think it may have been the person filming it.
I think it's the person right there. I think that fat person's a girl, but I could be wrong.
This is security camera
What, in
here.
the black?
Just get caught this.
The one in the black.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct, Speed.
I don't know.
From the way they're screaming, I think it's a girl, but it could be a guy. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, if you get body slammed hard enough, you'll scream like it.
See, I thought it was kids.
I doubt he could scream.
Yeah.
How about that guy? He's just like, did that just really happen?
Look at him. He just walks off.
Yeah.
It's one of these two screaming. We just don't know which one. The one watching. Or the one
See, I had the screamer is the one on the ground because the other one is saying let him go with the time while he's screaming.
According to this story, Speedy, you were right. It's the one on the ground, and
wait a minute.
the accomplice is yelling, "Let him go!"
Not only did I get slammed, I squeal like a pig.
Yes. And by the way, this story keeps referring to them as children. I mean, they're. I mean,
well, they.
I thought it was a fat girl. It's not a fat girl, guy.
He appreciates that.
They are estimating.
That's a fat guy.
They're estimating that all of this bunch who's been on this
You talking about
crime
the James
spree
gang?
is between 11 and 14 years old.
Well, no wonder he's slammed.
11 and 14.
Unbelievable.
Well, they're going to end up dead. Is what's going to happen.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
They're going to pull that on the wrong guy, and he's going to end it for them.
Right. And this, they're fortunate it didn't happen this time.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
How about when he pulled the gun on him, he said, "Are you serious?"
He's like, "You punk kid."
Man. Well, that's how you learn.
That's how you learn, Rick.
That's probably a spanking that kid should have had long before that.
Yep,
day.
true. You got it.
True.
Oh, buddy. I mean, that's.
I promise you, no good is going to come to the end of this.
Now, Bubba, the high priest of health. Speaking of guns, now Fauci is going to weigh in on gun control. I know you were waiting on that.
What does he have to do with that?
Well,
it must mean that we don't have any news to talk about with COVID. I mean, our fame, our bright light is dimming a little bit on that. Our 15 minutes is coming to an end, and now I'm going to move in. This is just another liberal left-wing attempt to circumvent the Second Amendment.
Well, don't
by now. If we can move it into public health, then we have other powers available at our disposal.
But remember what we said yesterday, and we've been saying over and over again: journalism is dead. I want you to listen to the so-called, and I'm putting quotes around this, question that CNN's Dana Bash asked Fauci with the narrative that Bubba just told you about, which is exactly what they're trying to do. So Fauci told CNN the recent mass shootings have been horrifying. Not sure why we're asking Fauci about that. Now listen to, again, quotes around this question. This is what I'm not going to use the word journalist, on CNN says to Fauci then. How can you say that's not a public health issue? Wow, that's a way to set him up. I mean, that is just, that's not a question.
Well, you see how they're looking at what they were able to accomplish during the COVID-19, shutting the economy down, telling people to stay at home. It was a power that we frankly have not seen in this country in 150 years at least. And they're trying to figure out how can we now use this newfound power to fix things that we've had on our hit list for a long time. And that's why they're trying to move it over into public health. Now, they can't win a constitutional argument, but they feel like they have powers to override the Constitution if we move it into public health. Right. And that's exactly what they're doing. And Fauci knows the game, and he's been told to play along.
100%. But I want you to look at this. And I give Daily Mail credit for this. Look at this statement. Meanwhile, Fauci did not mention the potential health crisis at the border.
Yeah. I mean, we're
looking.
We're looking over unvaccinated, unmasked people coming into the country by the hundreds of thousands, and we have Fauci's clip here.
Here we go.
The U.S. has reported 47 mass shootings in just over a month. You've worked in public health broadly for a long time. Is gun violence in the U.S. a public health emergency?
Myself as a public health person, I think you can't run away from that. I mean, when you see people getting killed, I mean, in this last month, it's just been horrifying what's happened. How can you say that's not a public health issue?
Okay, so right then,
Fauci has moved from viruses to he's an expert on guns.
Now Fauci is now going to be the high priest of
well,
gun
that's where
control.
he's trying to go.
Wow. But don't you think if we had a lick of journalism left, there would even if you want to include this,
just a lick of it, right?
If there was a lick of it left, somebody should have said, "Now let's talk about the border."
Yeah.
Is that also a health crisis for us since we're trying to
Are you
vaccinate?
concerned that's going to run up our COVID numbers?
Because here I go. I know I'm not the high priest of health, but I am a professor at Rick and Bubba University where we hand out degrees in common sense. I'm going to say how about this? I'm going to say with how about no reservation, because I don't think I can muster any.
Right.
If you have a country that is trying to reach herd immunity through people who've already had it and vaccinations, you with me?
Yep.
If you have an open door at a border of that country that's trying to get through a pandemic and to the other side of it. Now, again, I agree with Representative Jordan. I'm not sure what that number is that Fauci's looking for. If you have a place, a door standing wide open where people can come from any country, anywhere, and have no medical records, no idea, no testing, no, we don't have anybody at the border with one of those thermometers everybody keeps putting.
What about a vaccine passport, Rick?
No vaccine passport.
What about that?
do you agree that probably is detrimental to the goal of herd immunity and vaccinations? But you said, would that be detrimental to that goal?
You would have to say, based on numbers, absolutely it would be.
But it's not being discussed. You know why? Because it's not about your health. It's about political agendas and power. It's not about. If it was about your health, you could put that. I might still disagree with it, because I think I would. You could still list it, but you can't put it on the list and leave the border off the list. Because then I don't think you're really talking about health at all.
Right.
Your phone calls to wrap the hour up at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let the people speak. Let them speak. 866 We Be Big. 10 lines available. You're available. Come on in, 30 seconds a pop. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. You're running the show right now. You're in charge. At the end of 30 seconds, a buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will close, and then we'll get to the next caller. So if you're calling right now with the 10 lines, it's easier to get in. And once you're in and you're on hold because of this, I mean, it sounds rude, but if you're in line, that is the voice of an angel. Because that means the person in front of you, their call has stopped, and now we're moving to the next caller. That means we're getting to yours a little bit quicker. Also, just after the death of Prince Philip, 99 years old, how about Queen Elizabeth? I was asking yesterday, the second, she's 95.
Yeah.
Sherry and I were trying to figure out.
Now, she's supposed to hand over the throne to Prince Charles. Like, you remember she announced it, but it was like a year or two in advance. We ought to be getting close to that, right?
I would think. Bubba, you know how you're kind of a fan of nicknames, and some of them you've even thought about taking on for yourself? Wasn't one of them the Stallion or something?
Right.
Wasn't that one of them?
Yeah, sure.
You know what Prince Philip was called?
What?
The Iron Duke.
The Iron Duke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
And welcome back for a brand new hour of the Iron Duke.
What if it's the magnet and the Iron Duke?
Johnson & Johnson
will give him more.
we can call you Sir Duke.
Yeah.
Johnson & Johnson, will the pause be lifted? The CDC's looking into it. Said that they will let us know Friday where they're going to lift the pause. They have confirmed the blood clot problem. It looks like it's only 9 cases, but I know maybe that number's getting bigger.
You know, Europe had paused it too, but I believe Europe is starting back. So I think you're going to see that. You may get advice to take some baby aspirin while you take it or something. But I've heard some other ones say that they were seeing blood clots with the other ones, but you haven't really seen any national stories about it. But I don't know.
Let's begin with Mike out of New Jersey. Mike, 30 seconds, brother. Go right ahead. Lines are available if you're trying to get in.
Hey, guys, if you ever get Fauci on your show, tell him 3,000 people a year die on the highways because of cell phone use. Ask him if he thinks that that's a health crisis. And tell Gary stop peeing in your pond. Your fish will be fine.
Mike, listen.
You got to go somewhere.
You make a great point on this with the attempt to expand public health to cover all these other things. There's a lot of things in the way before you get to gun violence. If you just want to go numbers.
I
mean, really.
There's so many things that
you've never heard that cars are a public health issue.
No, but they are. But they're necessary, and there's a lot of things out there that are necessary, like your life, and protecting yourself from people who want to do you some harm. I mean that's also necessary, and there are terrible things that happen with people who don't use them in the correct way. But that doesn't mean we should get rid of the other people, their freedom to protect themselves. We continue, and there's lines available for you. Derek is in Coleman. Derek, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I will caddy for you. You don't have to tee up a ball. You don't have to get a ball out of the hole. All you got to do is swing.
That's quite the setup.
Y'all forgot, I've got a suction cup on my putter. I can get it out of that hole.
That is you got.
And they make a thing now that will tee the ball up for you. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't.
You put the ball in the tee and a stick and stick it down.
It's called Derek.
Look, I may be taking applications for that position. Just stand by.
But I don't think you should use things that are for the physically handicapped.
I don't know if that's for you. Where are you going to park when you get there?
Right.
Either that or that's kind of his thing, and he embraces it, and they have fun with it.
Before we know it, he's going to be coming up with some kind of wheelchair prop for his rifle. I mean, Bubba.
We can get you a ball picker upper, one of those little things.
So I'm saying suction cup will get that.
Derek said he'll do it.
Derek,
get you a full blown caddy. Yeah, so there'll be an opportunity for somebody to walk with your group.
I know who's going to be his caddy. Hunter Bussey.
No, boy, he don't want that gig.
He's going to want to be in super group too.
Yeah, but that's a tough gig though.
It is.
He'll find out how much he wants to be in it.
Hunter's done it before. You may remember he left a cart and another young man riding with us about 3 hills back. He had to hustle back and get him.
I remember that. Roger and Thomasville. Roger, go ahead.
Hey, I came in late on this conversation about the jury sequestration. Just out of curiosity, who is responsible for sequestering a jury? Is it the judge or the DA or who?
You know, Roger, that's a great question. I don't know. I assumed it was the judge, but I don't know.
Sign for judge?
Yeah, I just went judge.
That's your sign?
Yeah.
That's the sign for judge?
Speedy, some of that I didn't follow.
What kind of...
Oh, would y'all really like this?
Roger Speedy's tried to sign.
I think that was closer to milking a cow or something. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that judge is judging.
So you mean tell me you don't know what this means?
When I saw Speedy, saw that, I thought either milking a cow or time for my physical. I didn't know which one it was.
The last time I'm gonna go to this. The last time I got that signal, I stayed still till everybody left.
Hey, you're serious too, Rick. He really thought you was gonna get judged.
You knew what I meant.
I kind of did.
Speedy, for some reason, thinks it's the judge who has that authority.
Well, that's what I heard yesterday. They said the judge.
I think he
did
does,
not sequester,
but I don't know that for sure.
Right.
Hey, Rick.
How is that judge?
Speedy, I like this better.
Okay, I'm gonna go that.
So much more.
Well, that's a J and that's a U.
Now, yes, I might have looked up and said hammer.
That doesn't look like a U to me.
Yeah. I might have looked up if you gave
like
this
a
signal.
holder.
Go, what's MC Hammer? What's MC Hammer got to do?
Carpenter does it.
Oh, no, it's a carpenter. Mark and I Cider Springs.
Cider Springs.
Mark, go ahead.
Big Mark.
Cider Springs.
Hey, brother, how y'all doing this morning?
We're great. We're good.
Mom and them.
All right, good. Got a question, and I know y'all don't know if y'all talked about this today or not, but we the people have a problem with these Dominion voting machines, especially with the evidence coming up that unless we do away with them, we're never going to have another fair election.
I don't know. I like them. I think they're fine. I don't know. I don't know what everybody's upset about.
Mark, here is the problem about it. Getting the truth and the facts about them is very difficult to find out. We've interviewed some people that have knowledge of them, and a lot of the rumors that were out there were not true. Now, we do know this. Texas was they tried to pitch Texas to use them, and Texas said they failed their security test, so they did not use them. I don't understand what that test was. I can't tell you that, but that is a fact in this. Now, everything else is a lot of hearsay. They don't have servers overseas and all that. We were told that was incorrect.
Incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Remember the people who sow H&D. That's who you got to watch. Hate and discontent. That's Russians and the Chinese trying to tear us up.
Chris, go ahead. ZZK, Fultondale.
Yeah, but listen to you for years now. We used to catch you up in southern West Virginia. Now we're down in Fultondale, Alabama. Listen to you every morning on the way to Warrior Met. Love your all show and appreciate everything you do.
Well, hey, thank you, man.
Thank you, man. That's
what a good call to end the hour on,
We'll put a bow on that one.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks to all of you for being with us. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study today, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. If you're leaving us right now, thanks for being with us. We'll catch you on the next edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick